Okay. Good evening, everyone. Thank you for all those who are joining us either here via the stream or through live stream. This is our permanent resolutions meeting. We are now calling this meeting to order. I know we have a few hours ahead of us, so we're going to go ahead and get started. I'm going to turn this over to Marco so that we can kind of start with the listing. Okay, Marco?
All right. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Mm-hmm.
All right. Members who have not filled out their preference form, I'm going to drop essentially your top 10 priority resos. Go ahead and I'm going to drop that form in the chat. So if you have not filled it out, there is the link. And then let's see here. This might be a really long link, but it'll still work. This is what we'll look at as far as like this is what's people's responses are to that form. So it'll let us be able to sort of know which ones to sort of hopefully get through most of these tonight. Let me go ahead and share screen if you can give me a moment to set that up. All right. And then the doc that we're going to, and I'll share screen in a second, but let me go ahead and type this first. The doc that we're all going to be working off of is 24 txm.co/24-resolutions. All right. Okay. Now my question is, how easy, if I'm scrolling on this, are you able to read the information?
Could you enlarge that?
Make it a little bit larger? Sure.
About 150%.
At least.
Is that good?
It worked better on my screen, but how about another 50?
I think 200 is going to be too much.
Well, I can read that.
Yeah,
Yeah,
that's legible.
Okay. It might be a little bit, I might have to make some stuff a little bit smaller. So let me go ahead and play with it a little bit. Oops. We'll make this all smaller, since that's a little bit less important. Okay. So we got a decent amount of is there anyone that hasn't filled out this form and still would like to?
Marco, this is I'm on fine. So I can't fill out the form. I did put the 10 in the chat.
Okay. Rosalie, you wanted to say something?
Yes, I just wanted to say that I didn't have an opportunity to choose the top 10 for myself for today. And I wanted to ask, is it the top 10 for today and then the top 10 for next week, or just top 10 overall?
Marco, you're on mute.
Thank you. Top 10 overall, sans foreign policy and memorial honor resolutions.
Thank you. I still need to
I also
add.
want to.
Sorry, Arisha.
Oh, I was just gonna know I'm also in the process of filling it out right now.
Okay. So just go ahead and notify me in the chat when you guys have filled it out. What I'm going to do now is just sort of gather all of the ones that people have put in and dedupe them, so then we know what we'll do. Oops. I'm sure there's a formula that can do this that I would usually do, but want to kind of just do it a little bit quicker. All right, last one. All right, let's dedupe these. All right, looks like there's 87 that people have done. So let's just go ahead and go in unless someone has a qualm, since there's 87 that you guys have prioritized, I'm just going to go ahead and go in the order that's here. If we go in numerical, we're going to have to jump around anyway, because some of them got numbered and they got changed categories. So the numbering is a little bit weird, but that's just how it is. I mean, that's how it is, like, in Congress too, right? It's not all in order. All right. So first one's 2,500 civil rights. Oops, I'm on the wrong sheet. So resolution in support of comprehensive non-discrimination for all Texans. I'm going to go ahead and skip reading the whereases, but I'll go through them slowly so you guys can read them. But I'll go ahead and read the resolved once we get to it. Tell me if I need to go back.
Are we going to make a motion after every single one of these to accept this into the consent calendar?
I think we do it informally, like, is everyone good with this one? Or is anyone not good with this one? Like, do we need to discuss it? And if so, then, we'll mark it down as, there's not unanimous, we're good with it. And then we'll go back to it. So again, we're on line 5 right now for 2,500. And if you guys want to look at it on your own computer, let's see here. I'll put the link one more time in the chat. Oops. So y'all can follow along on screen with me, or I'll tell you what line we're on and number we're on. So right now we're on line 5, 2,500.
Sorry, Marco, this is Rosalie.
Yes.
I'm getting a message that says my access has been denied, that you're no longer have permission to access the document.
So I don't know how to fix that because this is a public link. So anyone with the link can view.
Hmm.
So yeah. I'm gonna go ahead and put the link in the chat. Go ahead and click on that, Rosalie. I think that's gonna be something on your end. I'm not sure how to fix that if it's a public link that anyone can access.
Understand. Thank you.
All right, now we're at the resolved, which obviously, if we didn't say it in the training, this is what really matters because it's the actual execution. All the whereas is more background. That the Texas Democratic Party supports and advocates for full and completely comprehensive and inclusive non-discrimination protection in all areas of life, including healthcare, employment, and all public accommodation, so that all Texas residents and taxpayers enjoy the same basic civil rights without exception. That's the only resolve clause. Is there any, does anyone have a problem with this or want to wordsmith it at all, or are we good?
Good.
Move to a support.
I'm good with it.
I'm good.
I'm good with it.
I'm good with it.
Good.
I'm good with it.
All four.
Oh, Julia Acosta, CD 30.
Or
Good with it.
All right, cool. Yeah.
Does the term taxpayer eliminate children because it says resident and taxpayer?
Let me see.
That was going to be my suggested amendment too. All Texas residents is all encompassing already. I don't think the taxpayer language is necessary.
The taxpayer really limits.
Can you tell me where that is? Is it in?
Was in the where it was in the resolved.
Okay.
Yeah, I move to amend to just delete the word and taxpayers.
A second,
All right.
David Fisher, CD 30.
Yeah, I agree.
Can I make a recommendation? Let's go ahead and do this informally and save for like when it's a little bit more contentious stuff that we actually use amendments. So what is the suggested improvement?
Take out taxpayers.
yeah, just take out taxpayers.
Okay.
Residents. You want to leave Texas residents. Yeah.
Yeah,
Okay.
so all Texas residents, that's good enough.
Yeah.
Okay. So I'm going to make 2 columns. Oops, what did I just do? Okay, so we just made an edit. So I think that was a pretty good edit. So with that edit, are y'all good with this one?
Yes.
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 Yes, and Marco, I can't pronounce his name. Arcia has his hand up. He's had his hand up for a minute.
Oh, are we sure? Sorry.
Yeah, no worries. Arshia, but Arshia
Okay,
is good as
Arshia.
well. So I was wondering how many resolutions are we allowed to pass? Is there like any cap? And then also, will we have time at the end to go back and look over resolutions that weren't like we didn't have time to get to because there's just so many resolutions?
Yeah. Actually, there's quite a few fewer resolutions than I thought there were going to be. I thought it was going to be a little bit more closer to 300, but when you end up merging a little bit of them, I ended up not wanting to merge the foreign policy ones. That's I think what was taking me a long time. Just because there's so many different variations of like, there's like 15 different variations of one thing, and I wanted to wait for the committee to do that. Other than that, I think, clerically, and within the rules, we're able to sort of doing a lot of the merging. So I think there's only a total of, let's see here, 170. But in the foreign policy section in particular, there's quite a few dupes. So I would say it's more around probably about 140-ish. There's 87 that at the time that I did that thing that people had prioritized for today. So I think if there's unanimous consent, either with a substitution, so a slight amendment like we already just did, and if there's any if there's unanimous consent, but then we need to go back and edit one, we can do that. So like, let's say you find some sort of fatal error in something that we've already, said that we agreed upon. We can reopen that if needed, because we're going to try to do stuff by unanimous consent as much as possible. So there will be time, especially where there's another meeting on Thursday. Does that fully answer your question, or do you have anything further on that?
Yeah, that all sounds good. Thank you.
Can you pronounce your name one more time so I can try to remember how to say it?
Arshia.
Arshia.
Yes.
Arshia.
Cool.
Thanks.
Okay. So I feel like we're good on this one with the language that we changed. So now, all right, so now we're on 222555. Let's figure out where that one is. Oh, it's right there. So right now, if you guys are looking on your own, we are on row 3, and the resolution is 2555. All right, so I'm not going to read the whereases, just going to go through them slowly, and then I'll go ahead and read the resolve. Oh, I'm so sorry. Let me make the screen a little bit bigger. I think on these whereas clauses need to, well, actually, you know what? I have an idea. Oop, that didn't work.
As you're doing that, looks like on the first whereas, there's at the end, it looks like there's part of that sentence is missing. Currently, many retail pet, and it stops.
I'm so sorry. I don't know why it jumped. All right. Let me make this whereas 5 a little bit smaller. That'll help. Okay. Where's the problem in which one?
At the end of the first whereas clause, it says currently many retail pet, and it stops. The sentence isn't completed.
Okay.
Either we take that out or find out what the phrase was, the sentence was.
I would say we just take it out.
I think actually
Mhm.
it came from stores. Yeah, where's
So
the
you think
rest?
it belong?
There may be something in the next column which
Yeah,
continues.
So it says out-of-state puppy mills are taken away. How about this? Let me look at the original and temp resolutions and see if there's some sort of error. One moment. Oop. All right, it looks like even on the original, there was still an error.
I would just take out currently mini retail pet out, just take it out because it still, it works without that.
Yeah, it's not necessary, and this is a resolution that
Yeah.
I'm definitely in support of.
Okay,
It's the
so
same here.
I just figured it out. It looks like whereas 4 clause is supposed to be inside of whereas 1. That'll complete it.
Ah, yeah.
So wanna
Yeah, you're right. That's
Yeah.
great.
oops, you guys wanted a 200. All right. So whereas 4, let me cut that. I think this is clerical, so it's not a
Yeah.
true amendment. All right, I think we fixed it. Okay.
Cool.
Now let's get to the are you guys able to read it like this? Is this good on the screen?
Yes.
Okay.
Barely.
Barely. Okay, let me try to tighten it up a little bit.
I have my computer glasses on.
Got it. All right, let me try to
Could we expand it from just puppies to also include like kittens as well? Because there are some not.
There are. It's harder with cats, but you can have kitten mills.
Yeah.
You have to keep the cats in cages all the time, so it's actually more cruel.
Yeah.
Can we just amend that to say like any pets rather than just puppies?
Hmm.
Well, they sell fish and birds and lizards that aren't really an issue.
Yeah, I mean, I wonder if, I mean, the author's intent is, again, about philosophy, the author's intent was to focus on this. I wonder if when you start to do that, then you kind of like all the specifics that are in here may not apply. And essentially you're writing a new resolution. I'd be wary of that just because, obviously there's, go ahead. I'm sorry.
It says requiring that only healthy animals, that includes all of them. Okay, you moved it, so.
I'm sorry.
I don't know where it was.
Which whereas?
Wherever it was that you were, that I think it was the first one.
Okay.
You moved it after I started talking.
You took your morning pill.
Require right here, whereas clause 1, by requiring that only healthy animals sourced from shelters and rescues be sold in retail pet stores. Only healthy animals. It includes all of them.
Okay. Then let's look at, so that's the whereas. So then if that's the case, we need to fix the resolved. Member Proctor, can you pronounce your first name? Member Proctor, you have your hand raised.
Yes, my first name is pronounced Shamin.
Shamin.
I raised my hand because although that one clause had this word animals, the rest of all of the whereas clause clearly pertains only to puppies.
Yeah.
I don't think that the animals means all animals for purposes of the resolution.
So I wonder if maybe we grab some of that language that's in that first whereas and put it in the resolve to make it everyone. But before I move the screen, Rosalie.
Thank you. I was just looking up the bill itself to see what it says. And I think by just saying supports the humane pet store bill, this bill has very specific language that requires pet stores that sells dogs and cats to acquire these animals from humane sources. I'm reading right from here. And so I would say that we don't change it, that we just accept it as it is, because trying to massage it, we could actually distort the intent from the author. And that the language that we're talking about, because we all care about animals, is already in here.
Yeah, before I go to Judy K, I wonder if we just cut this end of the sentence that the Texas Democratic Party supports the Humane Pet Store bill, period, then it applies to everybody in the actually meaningful clause, which is the resolved.
I would agree to that.
Okay. Judy K?
I agree to that. So I was just telling people that I actually just read online about some kitten mills in Nebraska and Australia where they wound up having to euthanize most of the adult cats. So, but yeah, now that I see the humane bill, then that's fine. And people understand puppy mills because they're a lot more common. So I'll lower my hand.
Cool. All right. So I'm going to delete this unless someone says otherwise, and then going to mark this as unanimous committee substitution. Are we good? Can we go move to the next one?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
All right. Moving on. Oops, I'm sorry. I'm just clicking on the wrong things. All right. Let me make this bigger so you guys can actually see it. All right, so we're on 2.556. All right, why should I just looked? It's right above it. So everyone who's looking on their own, row 2, 2.556. All right, I'll go and I'll do it. How about I do this backwards, since we know that the resolved is more important. I'll read the resolved and then we'll go back to the whereases. That the Texas Democratic Party supports the designation of all animal field service professionals to be treated as and considered first responders under Texas law. All right, now I'm going to go to the first whereas.
I can't seem to find how to raise my hand.
Okay, yeah, can totally let you know. So at the bottom, there should be either a little thing that says reactions, or if reactions is not there, there's a 3 dots thing.
Okay.
Click on the 3 dots thing and then click reactions. Then once you click reactions, there's like 6 default emojis and a ... for extra emojis. But then there's the raise hand feature, and that's where you raise and lower.
So my question is whether game officers are considered first responders.
Whether game officers, I do not know. Judy K?
When we discussed this in temporary resolutions, I believe that we specifically talked about game wardens being counted as first responders. That it's not just animal control, but it's also.
So in other words, animal field service professionals
Right.
falls under that.
Right.
Got it.
Okay.
Okay. Are y'all good? Sorry, go ahead.
So one question I have is, following this resolution and the declaration of them being emergency responders, what would be like, how would their role be affected? Does that add any sort of like job benefits or anything to them, or like what does this resolution actually do for those individuals?
So I think that's all in the whereases, right?
I couldn't really see there being any addition in the whereas onto that. Is it like training and equipment is the added resources based on this?
They already received the training and they're already responsible for responding. They already respond to these situations. This is about respect. Recognizing that they are doing the job and respecting them for it.
Okay. That sounds good. So just to clarify, there isn't like any added thing other than the declaration?
I don't know if we have that information other than what Christy already said.
Okay.
I'm good with this.
Okay, great. I feel like everyone's good with it unless say otherwise.
I'm good with this.
Great. Let's go ahead and move on to the next one. 2158 merged. Oh, it's right there. I guess it's kind of in order. All right. So the resolve, and there's only one resolve clause, that the Texas Democrats support immediately prioritizing the resolution of this children without placement. I'm going to go ahead and make a clerical edit right here.
It's called CWAP.
I feel like it should be written out in the resolved.
I agree.
Yes.
I'm a little bit lazy to type it out. Give me a second.
Agreed.
All right. This is definitely clerical. And DFPS. What is that?
Department of Protective Services. The Family and Protective Services.
Department of Plaque. Got it. Oops, I don't care about in the whereas, just care in the resolve. Family and protective.
Uh-huh.
Yep. Services.
All right, that's all clerical. All right, let's go to the
Just gonna mention one more clerical thing. For the children without placement crisis, you can delete the word crisis because CWAP I think stands for, it's crisis 2 times. There you go. Thank you.
Cool. Thank you. All right, let's go look at the whereas 1. Rosalie?
Yes, I had a question in the subject. It says support ending the children without placement crises, but in the resolution, it actually talks about increasing funding. So it's a bit confusing for me.
I mean,
Because it says ending the children without placement crises.
Yeah, definitely making the subject make more sense would be clerical. So if you want to retitle it, let me know what it should be, or if anyone has an idea, or if people are good with the current title.
Resolution to support funding to end the children without placement crisis. Or alleviate the children without placement crisis.
Alleviate or alleviate?
Alleviate, yeah.
All right. I don't know if I spelled alleviate wrong.
Or maybe just address.
Address is good too.
Okay. I know how to spell address.
I think alleviate's better.
Yeah, I do like
Addressing it,
alleviate.
just looking at it, alleviating is ending it.
Okay. Resolution to support funding to alleviate the children without placement crisis. I feel like that's great. Okay, so we were looking at the whereas.
Rosalie hand is up.
Oh, Rosalie, are you still okay? It's down. All right, does anyone have any final edits or are we good with this one?
I'm good with this one.
I'm good with it.
Good with this one.
Good.
All right.
I'm good with it.
All right, 2558. Oops, I'm gonna have to search for it. All right, so those of y'all looking on your own, row 35, and we're looking at 2558. All right, it's only one therefore. That we support the Clean Slate Act. Oh wow, something's missing there. That we support the Clean Slate Act. Anyone convicted of a low-level, non-violent offense of any kind after fulfilling all requirements of their sentence be given a chance to fully participate in society.
Which provides that.
Yeah, that provides that anyone convicted.
Cool. All right. Anne?
What is considered a low-level crime?
Misdemeanors, non-felonies.
Could we maybe define that and then put that in just so it's a little bit more clear?
Is that in the whereases?
No, it just says low level everywhere.
I think it means non-violent though.
Yeah,
There's
low level not.
the first whereas. It says low level and non-violent criminal records in the first whereas. And so I just want to like kind of emphasize what exactly is considered low level.
It's probably in the bill submitted by Bob Casey.
Okay.
Yeah, don't we think it's defined in the bill?
Yeah.
Yeah, and then I mean, also depending where you are, state to state. I mean, misdemeanors and felonies. I mean, I feel like they act maybe slightly differently. Definitely not a lawyer, but I feel like there's, you know.
Yes, in the bill, it does say that it is for misdemeanors.
Okay. Would you all be cool with changing a low level to misdemeanor everywhere?
I'd rather leave it to support the bill.
Me too. that we support the bill.
Yeah, I think that would be a good idea as well.
I agree.
That's a that's a good idea, I would say.
I'm a little sorry, y'all. I'm a little confused. What are y'all suggesting for me to do? Do
I
nothing.
think
Nothing.
the word act and not try to restate what the act says.
Yeah, actually, you could leave that as we support the Clean Slate Act, period,
I would just leave it. Leave it as it is.
or as it is. Yeah, that works too.
Yeah, because if somebody's really concerned, they're going to look it up and they can read what it is, just like the puppy mill bill, the humane pet store law. It's
I say leave as it
it
is.
up too. This one, Clean Slate.
Judy K, I'm not sure if you're trying to talk. I see you talking a lot, but I don't know if you're talking with someone else or us. I feel like you're off mute, but your mic is not working. Imad?
Yeah, I move that we adopt the resolution as is, as written.
I second that.
Any opposed?
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Okay, it seems to be unanimous, no opposition.
I've seen she may has brought her hand up.
I think that's from before. And Judy's still having audio issues.
Okay, I want to cite the bill number HR 2930 because it is a federal bill and people can look it up easily. My point about when you talked about the humane pets shops, those are city ordinances in Houston and Dallas and 15 other cities, which are harder to look up.
So Marco, it looks like the motion carries in regards to leaving it as is.
All right. We're on 2010. Let's figure out where that one is. Is there multiple 2010s?
Number 15.
Yeah, it's number 15. So row 15, it's 2010 merged. All right, let's look at the... All right, so there's multiple resolve clauses. That the Texas Democratic Party fully supports and encourages the implementation of DEI initiatives in schools and workplaces across the state, and that the Texas Democratic Party calls on policymakers, educators, employers, and community leaders to prioritize DEI efforts by, I'm not going to read the 5. I'll give you guys a second to read that. And then the last resolved is that the Texas Democratic Party will continue to champion diversity, equity, and inclusion as core values essentials to building a stronger, more equitable society for all Texans. Yes, Madam Secretary?
Oh, my hand's not up.
Oh, okay. I thought you said something. Imad?
Yes, thanks, Marco. This resolution is in response to what Governor Greg Abbott did, so I support it. And looks good unless there's any grammatical errors.
I second it.
I think it's very well written.
I think it's great.
I think it's pretty good.
All right. Just show the whereas it on the screen, and if no one has any problems, let's go ahead and move to the next one. All right, if no one has any problem, let's go to move to the next one. Book bans, 2008.
Number 8.
2008, number 8. Row 8. Okay. It looks like it has 2 resolve clauses. That the Texas Democratic Party endorses the following statement: individuals should be trusted to make their own decisions about what they read and believe. Further, parents should not be making decisions for other parents' children about what they read. Texas Democrats are united against book bans. Resolve 2 is that the Texas Democratic Party will champion the rights of everyone to access a variety of books in schools and libraries and bookstores online and elsewhere. I'll go to the whereases.
I'm in favor of it.
I'm in favor of this one.
Absolutely in favor.
Me too.
I too am in favor of it.
Yeah.
So
Me too.
I am strongly in
Yes.
favor.
All right, let's look at this last whereas. Since it's a
I,
little
I
bit-
wonder if the subject could be a little,
I love that. Yeah, it's not very clear at all.
yeah, say, opposing, resolution opposing book bans or something like that.
I think the ban was a bill that was passed in the Texas House, correct, in the legislature
That's correct.
a couple of years ago. So we need to support repealing the book bans in Texas.
I don't think there's a specific law. There's various school districts and libraries that are trying to ban books.
Actually, it is a law. Because I work in the school system.
Yeah, it passed by the Texas legislature.
The internet.
Unless someone has that information at their hand right now, we're kind of missing. It should have been in the whereases.
Yeah, are we good to approve this one? Any last edits?
Yes.
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 Yeah.
Yes.
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 All righty. 2600. All right, so it's row 23, 2600. All right, there's only one resolved. The Texas Democratic Party strongly condemns such actions taken by state and federal officials seeking to divide our nation through unconstitutional policies instead of working to support the well-being of all citizens of Texas. We urge the Texas Democrats and all candidates for county, state, and federal offices to commit to policies and priorities that preserve the Union of the United States of America while denouncing efforts to undermine statehood of the Lone Star State.
I have one suggestion. Instead of the word well-being of all citizens of Texas, more than citizens within Texas, so like Texas residents, and the well-being of all people that live in Texas. I'm open to ideas, other wording, but
Residents is the easiest one, I think.
of all Texas residents, all residents of, there you go. Thank you. If everyone's okay with that.
Yeah, that sounds great. Imad?
Yeah, I think Governor Greg Abbott hinted at secession from the Union. So maybe we need to add a therefore we condemn Governor Greg Abbott's on calling to seceding from the Union.
I don't think,
No.
no.
There is
No.
something in.
There's another anti-secession one.
There's a secession bill that will be proposed, I think, in 2025. That's a little ways away.
Yeah, I mean, he hinted on it a couple of times.
Yeah, he certainly has, but What does the
if we
whereas
could,
clauses say?
if we could merge these two ideas, perhaps keeping it as it is right now, but then also adding, along with, unequivocal, non-support or something like that for any leaders, proposing a secession from the Union. So that includes Abbott as well as like if Paxton or Patrick want to jump on board as well. And then also making sure that it's not only targeted towards Abbott, but also encompasses the overall issue as well. So I think like in all of these resolutions, we should make sure that broadly takes care of the entire issue. And then if there's something that we want to target and specifically specify, just add that as an add-on rather than as overwhelming the entire resolution.
Is it all right if, before we move on, just looking at the whereas clauses, I haven't read them yet. And then also if I can get a volunteer to start reading these resolves, if someone wants to volunteer to read it for a while, and then we'll switch to someone else.
And then you have a hand raised, Marco.
Sherman?
Sorry, I know I wrote it down, but I still don't know how to pronounce your name, Member Proctor.
Chanel?
You can call me Member Proctor, but it's Shemin.
What?
And
Shemin.
Yeah, I got the cat.
That's my sister.
I was just
Sorry.
the last clause. Gentleman mentioned the secession issue. I don't really understand the last clause. Commit to preserving the Union while denouncing efforts to undermine the statehood. So we're asking Democrats to denounce efforts to undermine the statehood.
Yeah, I think
something. Sorry, go ahead.
It seems like that's where in the whereas clause there, it's saying about not seceding from the Union. And now the resolved clause doesn't fit with that, with just denouncing and undermining. So that, I think that's why the suggestion was to add, change it to we denounce efforts to secede from the Union or the United States. I guess we're not the Union anymore.
So there's a couple people with hands raised. I'll go to someone who hasn't raised their hand yet. Eli.
Oh, yeah, I just wanted to say that when it says statehood, it's not talking about like member of the United States. It's talking about like when you think about of a state, like a federalized state, like the United States is a state and Iraq is a state and Russia is a state. But we don't tend to think of it like that in the United States. Does that make sense?
Yeah,
it does.
Yeah, like federalism. Yeah, I wonder if based on what Ahmad originally said and seeing how the last sentence is a little bit can be confusing and ambiguous with statehood, maybe if someone wants to suggest actual language to change right here, that way we cover maybe denouncing efforts and public officials.
Support of succeeding.
Yeah. Denouncing efforts to support secession.
Yes, that's it.
Did I spell secession right? I don't know.
I think it's with the, isn't it with the E?
SEC.
Oh, this is succession.
That was a good show.
So wait, how do you spell secession? S-E. Someone help me.
SECESSION. Yes.
All right.
Thank you for making sure it was right.
Yes. Okay, so C. Okay. While denouncing efforts And-
of public officials or something, right?
Well,
And-
it's above that, right above it. It already says the Texas Democratic Party strongly condemns such actions taken by state and federal officials seeking to divide our nation. And so it's right there for the state and federal officials.
Yeah.
And if you wanted to, you could put a period after the word United States and just say the Texas Democratic Party denounces efforts to support succession of the Lone Star State.
I like that. Secession. Yeah, I like that.
Secession.
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 I have a brain injury and it's hard for me to pronounce some words. Sorry.
The Texas Democrat. Oh, yeah. Thank you, Rosalie. The Texas Democratic Party
Denounces
efforts just to support.
And let's go ahead and put this in
Secession.
another. Let's go ahead and put this in another words. Oop, whoa. The Democratic Party denounces efforts to support
Secession.
Yeah,
secession.
starts with a C, by the way.
No, it
No,
starts
no.
with an S.
With an
Yeah,
S.
C. Yeah, CSSATION.
No,
No, that's another word.
No.
SEC.
Secession.
Cessation is ending. The other spelling is ending.
There is another word, I suppose.
Yeah.
Okay, so as is, that's a good second resolve clause.
Yes, but I have a question on why it includes federal.
State and federal officials. I'm sure there's some crazy,
Because we
Republican
have-
congressman
yes,
Congress.
also is for that.
Yes.
yes, we
Okay.
do have U.S. congressmen wanting to secede from the Union.
All right.
And senators,
That's true.
at least one of them.
And Marco Garcia is the one that has his hand up.
Yeah. Ashia?
Secession.
Yeah, I just wanted to propose an edit to that line. So the Texas Democratic Party denounces efforts to support secession. I don't think of the Lone Star State grammatically works. Maybe changing that to by the Lone Star State.
I would agree.
All right, that feels right too.
Yeah.
All right. Unless there's any other grammatical things, I feel like we're good with this one. Let me know if not.
I'm good with it.
Because
I'm
I
good.
feel like this is
That's good.
committee
good.
substitute with all the amendments we made or the edits we made. So I'll go ahead and mark this B column. All right.
Good for it.
Also, you asked for somebody to volunteer to read, and actually that's why my hand was up if you need a volunteer.
Okay. Thank you, Rosalie.
People can understand me.
We can understand you,
We
Leslie.
can. All right. So we're on row 7, 2007. All right. There are 2 resolves, Rosalie.
Okay. Now therefore be it resolved that the African American history, that African American history should be included and interwoven into all American history from the elementary grades through middle school, high school, and at the college and university levels. Be it further resolved that attempts to eradicate the study of African American history under the premise that African American history represents critical race
No, I'm
theory
having it in my ears.
is a cynical and
Hungry.
fraudulent pretext for removing the
I'm listening
history
to it right now. These are great. I got too
racism,
far.
Can someone
racism
delete
and
her?
oppression that has been
Mute.
experienced
Yeah.
by African American despite and all during their long history of contributing to the building of this great nation, the United States of America. Well, those are really great resolves. So let's see, how do we go back? I think Marco has to take us back to read the whole resolution.
All right, we're on whereas one. All right, does anyone have any edits to this, or are we good with?
I
I'm
favor
all
the
good.
resolution. I'm good.
I'm good.
The only, sorry. the
I'm
only
good
thing-
too.
the
Sorry.
only thing-
Linda Proctor, go ahead.
Yeah, the only thing that I would say is that they are teaching some form of African American history in schools. They're just not teaching the full story, the accurate history.
I'll go across the street and get some rocket.
So I don't know if there's an adjective that we need before African American history to clarify. I think this person is saying that we want the real history to be taught. Quit, trying to sugarcoat it and avoid saying things because it makes kids feel bad.
Got it. Do you have an adjective here? Did you
I
want
was-
to recommend?
I was thinking of an adjective that something like the accurate teaching, the accurate.
Anne, are you trying to help out?
Oh no, I was gonna say Christy Baird is trying to raise her hand, and I think she'll be able to help out.
Chrissy.
Okay.
There is some Black history, some very little in the TEKS. It needs to be throughout, and that's the word you need to focus on. It's already in there in the resolve that
Okay.
it needs to be interwoven in the rest of the history that we teach instead of shoved all into one month in February, because that's Black History Month.
Right.
Some teachers, not all of us, but some teachers, if it's about a Black person, they don't teach it unless it's February. They just don't bother to mention it. And everything Black history cannot be shoved into 1 month because it is interwoven into all of history.
And I think I think the way you're saying that,
That's in there.
Christy, that makes sense, and I'll withdraw my comment that we need an adjective or something. I think like you said, the interweaving of it throughout all of history and all levels of school. I think that I like the resolution. I withdraw my comment.
Cool. All right, so I think we're good. Let's go to move to the next one. Marcia?
For that one, is that something that we could add in, like, I believe this summer, the State Board of Education will be taking a look on ethnic studies courses. And is that something like where we can add in that the SBOE needs to review TEKS to make this a reality? Because otherwise this isn't going to happen, really, right? So, like, we're supporting an SBOE overhaul of American history to include African American history throughout all levels. And I think they're going to be doing an overhaul, not this summer, but next summer as well on US history. So we're going to include that to make it more specific on how this can be undertaken. And I think that might help give it a bit of strength.
I totally agree with your sentiment. The only thing is, I think what we're trying to do is, these pasts were written by an author with that sort of intent. this isn't the resolutions writing committee, right? This is like the permanent resolutions that's reviewing stuff and like at the edges adding stuff. You know, I think there's a little bit of gray area where you could go either way about what you're adding. But I mean, if there's language ready to sort of insert that, I think that's fine. But and obviously, you know, everything you just said is valid. I would just be concerned about, you know, where do we draw the line of like how much we're going to actually, you know, edit these resolutions, you know, when the intent is more to sort of just fine tune them. Yeah, how much extra that is.
You said we're on 2,504 now?
No, actually, well, we're
Or are we still on?
we're still on 2007.
Oh,
Row 7, based on what Arshia had brought up. Judy K.
Well, in my opinion, as long as we don't have a majority on the State Board of Education, it's wishful thinking to tell the State Board of Education what to do. Instead, we should concentrate on electing more Democrats to the State Board of Education, but a resolution from Texas Democrats telling the right-wing Republicans who dominate our State Board of Education will just give them ideas of how to make things worse.
I think it's a good idea to make a constructive suggestion.
Yeah. Again, you know, this is just like, you know, committee philosophy. Are you going through and like adding, you know, out of, you know, whole cloth new resolve clauses? I don't think that's that should be the intent. If there's language ready and you're kind of fine tuning at the edges, that makes a whole lot of sense. Again, though, all of this is a little bit gray because it, you know, it sort of depends on the situation. I think if there's language that's ready to be inserted, you know, maybe y'all should consider. But again, you guys aren't the resolution writing committee.
right. Marco, there's nothing that prevents any of the members or any Democrats or anyone for that matter from taking this resolution and passing it on to the members, their members of the State Board of Education, and those that are Democrat, and just to let them know, right, that this is an issue for us. So
I actually met the Democrat that's running for State Board of Education in my area, John King. And vote for him.
Okay.
But I mean, he's running just for reasons like this.
Perfect. So we could take this resolution as it is, hand it to him and say, this is part of our resolution that was passed for him to utilize in his campaign.
Yeah.
Arshia, do you have any thoughts based on what we've said?
Yeah, I appreciate the clarification, and yeah, I think that's all right if we just like keep it broad since we don't have a majority on the SBOE already. But yeah, I think this will just like help give some more strength for those who are running to use that to incorporate in their campaigns. But I think that would be all right to have it like that, and then we're going to see if we can take direct action later on during those session times.
Yeah, Texas Freedom Network definitely is, as far as like a partner ally, is one of those that really focuses on SBOE. So you know they're always going to get involved with on all SBOE issues. All right, so I think if that's the case, I think this is unanimous to just accept this and move to the next one.
Yes.
Yes.
So we're
Yes.
2504.
Yes.
Support for human rights. It's on row 19, 2504. And Rosalie?
Yes. Now therefore be it resolved that the state of Texas must repeal said. Oh, wait.
No, it's a
Yeah, I see, I'm on the one below that. That human rights and fundamental freedoms are interdependent and mutually reinforcing. That the right to equality, freedom from discrimination, personal security, freedom from slavery, torture, and degrading treatment as guaranteed by Articles 1 through 5 of the U.S. Constitution be defended in the state of Texas. And we talked about this during temporary committee.
Chrissy?
Yeah, I don't have a problem with this one. I'm just I want to recognize that it's almost 8 o'clock. We've been here almost 2 hours. We've gotten through 9. If there's not a serious problem with it, can we keep it moving?
Yeah.
That's all I'm asking.
Yeah.
Yes.
Member Baird served on the temporary committee, and I think the temporary committee, on the ones that went to the temporary committee, put in about 12 hours, 14 hours plus, especially members like Chrissy Baird and Judy Kay and Rosalie here were all temporary members, and there's some other members that spent, a couple few less hours, but yeah, I think, remember, we're not trying to rewrite the whole thing. These past multiple conventions or were edited already by the temporary committee, one or the other. So yeah.
Good.
All right, I'll go over the whereases. Okay. Is there anyone that has objection to accepting this and moving on?
I support it.
I support it.
Yes.
I support it.
All right, row 10, 2505. Rosalie?
Now therefore be it resolved that the Texas Democratic Party hereby honors Asian American, Native Hawaiian, and Pacific Islander Heritage Month and celebrates the diverse and vibrant cultures, traditions, and histories of these communities. Be it further resolved that the TDP recognizes the contributions of AANHPI Democrats and progressives to our party's principal platforms and electoral successes, and we reaffirm our commitment to amplifying their voices and advancing their interests within our party, state, and nation.
I don't think any
favor.
discussion is necessary on this.
Yeah, I'm in favor of it.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Then let's go to move on to the next one and accept that one. 2011.
Do you all want to read the further resolutions? I think there's 2 more resolutions there.
I think the idea that people are mentioning is let's kind of with what Chrissy said is, since there's so many and there's not a problem with them, let's go to move on unless someone says that, there's something grammatical or something that needs to be changed in there. So I think we're just trying to speed this up since we've already, now we're only on 10. And we're trying to get through, prioritize people in marked 87.
Okay, sure. No worries.
The only thing I had with that one was I actually didn't get to cover this one in temporary, is the progressives, because it says Democrats and progressives. Well, that concerns me. Why are we saying, aren't progressives Democrats? Are they different in the resolve?
Sorry, I'm
Are
trying
we
to find where that
talking
was.
in the last, in the result, the first result? Whoops,
Yeah.
it's moving around a lot, so it's hard for me to see.
Be it further resolved.
Yes, be it further resolved that the TDP, see right there, Democrats and progressives. Why is it not just Democrats? Progressives are Democrats.
Yeah,
I mean,
no,
No,
yeah, no,
sorry, just chiming in. It's like there's certain little things that there's some fundamental issues with that a lot of progressives have with more centrist. Never mind. Sorry.
yeah.
so you're
I
saying
get what you're.
progressives are not Democrats?
So the thing that we have to think about is this isn't the progressive convention or progressives that are outside of the party, right? This is the party, right? I think Rosalie probably has a really good point that, you know, we should make it to where it's everybody rather than that makes a whole lot of sense what Rosalie said.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think so too.
So I'm going to go ahead and delete it unless anyone has an issue.
I do.
Okay. Do you want to talk about it more or yeah.
No, I just think that with taking it out, it would alienate some progressives within the party.
Wouldn't alienate centrists and liberals or whatever people want to call that? Maybe we just have progressive in there.
No, I mean, hey, we could also do that.
But
okay.
It's supposed to be representing AA and HPI Democrats. And why do they add and progressives to that?
Imad?
Yes, thank you, Marco. I believe we need to leave that in for one simple reason, and that reason is there are Democrats who don't consider themselves progressives.
Right.
I agree with Ahmad.
Well, are there progressives who don't? I mean, not all Democrats are progressives. And if we're going to say progressives, how about putting in, as Marco just brought up, liberal Democrats, centrist Democrats, all the other Democrats that there are? Why only the progressives? I mean, there's also socialist Democrats, and I can't, you know, there's the LaRoche, I can't say that word, Democrats.
And by the way, it's talking about the AA and HPI, Democrats and progressives. So it's not talking about the party itself. It's talking about this group of people that are Democrats and progressives, because some people in this group are Democrats, but they're not progressives. So they're not talking about the party. They're talking about the Asian American Pacific Islanders.
But it says
how about
the contributions of aren't all the progressives, the liberals, the centrals are all subsets of Democrats, aren't they?
Right. So that's why I'm suggesting we just leave the word Democrats and take out and progressives.
Yes.
Yeah, because
Democrats is all inclusive.
Judy K.
Excuse me, my mouth is full.
There
are progressives who aren't Democrats, like my son, who only votes Democrat in local elections. He is a syndicalist anarchist.
Yes, there are progressives who aren't Democrats, but
yes, and I'm trying to convert some of his friends to, you know, what I always ask my Green Party friends is, why did you stay in the Democratic Party and reform it from within? And they just blow me off. So this kind of discussion is one of the reasons they blow me off. That's all I'm saying. Thank you.
What if we took out Democrats and progressives and just said the contributions of AAH and HPI people?
Americans.
Americans or people or You know, just
Okay,
take
so-
out
Yeah,
the
just
whole labels of Democrats and progressives and just,
exactly. I agree with that. Thank you.
Arshia.
Okay, so I think we're going off on lots of different tangents here, but overall, like we are going to a Democratic convention, and we do have a progressive caucus, which I know there's many members of the caucus on this call right now, myself being one of them. So overall, I don't think we need to like identify every aspect of the Democratic caucus identity topics. I think overall, it's just like the Democratic Convention and the Democratic Party recognizes these individuals of Asian American, Hawaiian, and Pacific Islander heritage, which fall into the who have the same values as the Democratic Party, that we're coming to the convention of, right? So that could be either Democrats or progressives or whoever, as long as they are having the same values. So I don't think there needs to be a specific distinction of we could like take out progressives and Democrats, or we could just leave it in as Democrats because it is the Democratic convention. I think it's just like pretty regular to understand that means folks within our party, whether or not they totally agree with the party's stances, they are still in the same party since we are going to the same convention.
So
Unless we're going to be trying to recognize Republican progressives, which is like not really what we should be doing.
So let's go to just, Madam Chair, we could just go ahead and do some sort of vote. Can we get, what is the actual language that you're suggesting? Are you suggesting to remove Democrats and progressives
yes,
and replace it with people?
Yes. People's contributions of the AAHIPI people.
Yeah.
I don't think TDP need to recognize all AAPI people because some of them are Republicans.
So in other words, leave it to be Democrats?
Leave it like before. It's better.
Okay. Wait, there's discussion on one or the other. So
I'm good with Democrat.
Can we please move?
Could we just say AANHPI contributions to our party?
Exactly.
And just be done with this? I mean, we're within the party. This is also to be within the party.
We already have contributions in the clause, so just the contributions of AANHPI to our party's principal platforms.
does that work what's on the screen with everybody?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay, great.
Yeah.
I think this is good enough. Let's move on. Are we good?
Is that the last paragraph? Because it should have a period at the end.
No.
Oh, okay.
Okay. And that was definitely an edit, so it's committee substitute. Okay. 2011. Uh, 2011 on row 11. Rosalie?
Now therefore be it resolved that Article 1, Section 32 of the Texas Constitution must redefine marriage as the union of two consenting human adults.
And then the second therefore be resolved is that this resolution is in honor of Sarah Goodfriend and Suzanne Bryant. I actually have a little bit of an edit with it. I struggle with this one a little bit in temporary. To me, it sounds like if Sarah Goodfriend and Suzanne Bryant weren't with us anymore, but they are. So I wonder if we say is in honor of the union.
I think that's a great idea.
That's good.
That works.
Yeah, it's good.
Is it only of Sarah and Suzanne, or?
Yeah,
They were the first.
They were the first in Texas.
Okay.
That's.
I'm in
Can you
favor of
write
it.
that in there as the first couple united in Texas.
That's
Or
good.
in marriage in Texas.
Okay. As the first
couple married in Texas. The first same-sex marriage in Texas.
Do we use same sex?
Works for me. I don't know.
Homosexual?
No, I want to be inclusive of people that that identify. differently.
Oh, okay. First.
We don't know how they define themselves.
Well, I know how they define themselves. I'm just talking about as the first couple.
In the whereas clause, is there a reference to the law? Is there a reference to the law?
There's a reference to the law in the resolution in the resolved.
So as the first couple married under section whatever the law is called.
No, as the first couple married under Obergefell.
Who?
Because we don't, that's the Supreme Court decision.
Okay, that's what I meant. That's what I meant.
Article 1, Section 32 of the Texas Constitution.
Hasn't been changed, so it doesn't.
It's good.
Newspaper said gay couple. I'm
not trying to be.
That would be the.
Just
adults is better.
Yeah. In honor of the union.
This resolution is in honor of the union of. Okay, sorry, someone was speaking.
I just said as two consenting adults.
It feels.
Could I see the whereas clause? I would say. What number? The definition. I mean, if anybody really is interested, they can look up to see who they are if they don't know who they are. I mean, most of us know who they are.
I'm just gonna
that's true. I didn't know who they were, but oh, you didn't? I'm sorry. I'm sorry, I didn't.
Julio,
I didn't.
You had something to say? Did you have a suggestion?
I was going to say the Texas Tribune article says as the first gay couple married in Texas, or that's the first gay couple legally married in Texas, is what the Texas Tribune article says. If you go to it, I feel like that's pretty descriptive enough. I don't know if we have issues with that wording from the Texas Tribune.
Yeah,
I second
it's
that.
good for you.
I think so.
I like it.
Okay.
Yes, I do too.
Okay.
Marco, we have a couple of hands up.
Sorry. Shamin?
Shamin.
I'm gonna get it. And I know there's two Proctors, so don't want to say member Proctor. You still have your hand up?
She's muted.
Yeah, I think that's just from earlier potentially.
Okay.
So are we good with this one?
Yes.
All right.
Yes.
So we changed it
Yes.
a bit. I'm going to put it under committee sub. All right. 2503. Row 20, 2503. All right, I'm gonna fix this all in caps thing, but while I'm doing that,
Okay.
Rosalie, can you read it?
Sure. That the Texas Democratic Party hereby demands that the archivist immediately perform her ministerial duty and enroll the Equal Rights Amendment as the 28th Amendment of the United States Constitution.
think I just need to see the whereas clauses.
I can't agree with that more.
This one's short and sweet.
I agree with it.
Let's just say yes and go
There you
further
go.
on.
Okay.
Move on.
Yes.
Next.
Yes.
Yes.
All right. 2054 merged.
Does Shaman Proctor have their hand up?
They've
No.
had it up for a while. I think they've just probably stepped away. All right.
Are we ready?
Yeah, there's 2 resolve clauses.
Okay, that the,
What number is this one?
This is row 36. It's 254-merged.
Thank you.
Rosalie?
that the Texas Democratic Party hereby expresses its support for the creation of a federated CRM system between the Texas Democratic Party and its county parties. The Texas,
I'm so sorry. Go ahead. Here.
It's jumping. The Texas Democratic Party urges the leadership of the Texas Democratic Party and its county parties to collaborate in developing and implementing this federated CRM system by 2026, ensuring that it aligns with the needs and priorities of all stakeholders and complies with relevant data protection regulations. Can you remind me what CRM stands for?
Customer Relationship Management. Let me go ahead and add that. Imad?
Yes, thank you, Marco. This is a very important thing to do. All businesses do it. Myself, as a commercial realtor, I have a CRM, and it communicates with our clients and potential clients automatically. It sends emails to them automatically and even texted them like once a month. So this is the way to reach to our constituents, and I definitely support this resolution.
So I know we talked about this at my county convention, and just to give sort of staff feedback, this sort of really worried me because this sounds like ridiculously expensive potentially, and obviously fundraising to do all the things is hard enough. However, I think this is something that we've talked to the authors about. Our executive director has talked, Monica Alcala has talked to the authors about, and we're researching it and have some potential solutions. So I think from a staff perspective, I think we're good. Although when I first saw this, I was very the zeros were kind of just all up in front of me. But we'll try to do some research. But of course, funding dependent, all of that kind of stuff. So yeah, from a staff perspective, I think we're good.
Support that. I can support that.
I had my hand raised.
About this
yeah, let's go in order. Samina.
I support the content of this resolution. I just don't think it's properly I don't think it needs to be a resolution. It seems like inside baseball to me, like the party is talking to itself in one of the resolutions, and I don't understand. To me, resolutions of the party are where we speak with our full chest what we believe in. I don't know if it's normal to have sort of internal business decisions and things like that put out in party resolutions. If that is normal, then I guess I withdraw my hesitation. But while I agree with it, I just don't think a resolution is the proper form for this to take.
If I could respond just as staff, just real quick. Does this occur from time to time? Yes. However, resolutions as written are essentially by and large non-binding. It's really the opinion of the majority of the party. Where we get stuff where we actually have some sort of teeth, that's in the rules committee, where they would either propose a rules change, which are really the rules that we have. The TDP rules are in the nature of a bylaw or a charter or a constitution or something. And also via that vehicle, you could also propose, procedural things like stuff for the budget or stuff for standing rules, etc. Procedural administrative stuff. So, is it normal for like this kind of resolution to happen from time to time? I think so. But I think it's not a rule change to where it has the teeth. So it's more of a conversation starter, I would say. But completely understand what you said about the sort of logic about the sort of the party talking to itself. How it's a little bit different than most resolutions.
Okay, I understand what you're saying, that it's not binding. I just think it's odd.
Got it. Daniel, you haven't spoken yet.
Yes, it's not supposed to be customers, it should be constituent.
Constituent? Okay.
Yes, that's what it says.
And of course, I don't know how to spell constituent.
See,
Sorry, I'm a much worse speller when people are watching. So there we go. And also, I'm not a good typer. There we go. So please excuse me. Phil, you haven't spoken that much today. What's up?
I'm pretty much in favor of this. I just was trying to get a clarification on the use of the word federated. It's in here a few times, and exactly what does that mean?
Oh, so that's a really good question. So essentially, it's I don't want to say cookie cutter, but think about the federal system. You have the United States, and then you have 50 states and territories. So essentially, if a county party wants to opt in, they have some sort of a cookie cutter CRM.
uniform.
Uniform that they can opt into. Of course, maybe Harris County and Dallas County and Travis County have their own thing kind of going on, and they want to continue with that. But for all the other county parties that are functioning, and probably with smaller budgets, to sort of help them out.
That's good, and that reinforces my support for this, because I think that some of us small rural counties need some help for things like this.
Cool. Rosalie, Judy K, do you have anything to edit to this, or are you guys in support of this? Any edits?
I'm in.
I'm sorry, Judy. I'll go with Judy K. I shouldn't have said both of you at the same time. Judy K.
Okay. I support this as a retired database analyst. I think that we have too many people pulling information out of NGP Van, working with spreadsheets, not even with a relational database manager, and then they don't put the data back in Van, and it gets worse. So if we had a well-designed system, and by the way, I'm volunteering to help code this if y'all decide to do it.
Yeah, I think there's some certain vendors that we were potentially looking at.
Right.
No,
I can definitely help with user interface design and with relational modeling. But this is it really important that we have good data standards. And plus, some people are very upset, including me, about NGP Van being bought by a venture capitalist.
Yeah.
So we need to have some kind of backup.
Okay, so I think you're in support of this, Rosalie. I see you put your hand down. Do we have? Go ahead.
I just wanted to say I'm in support of it. Now that you've given us the explanation, I really appreciate that you, after our conversation in the temporary committee, that you went back and did due diligence. So after your explanation, I'm in support as long as we have the funds. And I don't know if that needs to be included in the resolution. If not, we could just move on and accept it as is.
Okay.
I'm in support of it.
All right. I think we're all good with it. No more edits. All right. 2501.
I had to get off the iPad, so somebody else needs to take over reading because I can't see the screen on my phone.
I'm happy to read.
All right. Now, this is one of the ones that is way too large, so gonna have to go to. Okay.
Julio's the man.
Shall I? Okay, so be it resolved that Texas Democrats are in support of the United States House of Representatives and the United States Senate designating a Slavery Remembrance Day annually to serve as a reminder of the evils of slavery, condemning slavery and its evil progenies, encouraging all to acknowledge the importance of slavery remembrance, and authorizing and requesting the president to issue a proclamation calling upon the people of the United States to observe such days with appropriate ceremonies and activities.
Okay, the whereases are pretty thick.
Long.
I'm all for it. In spirit.
Is there anyone opposed?
No.
All right, let's move on then.
I had one question. I'm sorry, Marco.
Okay.
The and authorizing, is that really right?
I mean, as much as the Texas Democratic Party can authorize the President of the United States to do something,
Okay, well, I checked up.
yeah. All right, I hope you guys authorize me to go to the next one. All right, let's go to 2055 merge. All right, we're on row 37.
How does this one differ from the one we just approved?
I was just about to say, this is basically websites instead of a CRM, websites. Other than that, it's written the same. I'm sure that the author could have maybe merged the two, but maybe they wanted to split the ideas in half in case people were more in favor of one or the other. But yeah, it's essentially written nearly the same.
Okay.
But it's websites rather than CRM. And of course, you can connect your CRM to your website. So it's can kind of be the same thing. So yeah. But
okay.
It's website.
I say I favor it and let's move on.
All right.
Sounds good.
Yes. Great. All right, 2508.
17.
We're on row 17. All right. All right, who's our reader now?
That the Texas Democratic Party calls on municipal, county, state, and federal governments, as well as public school districts, to respect the freedom of religion at every level, and further calls on religious institutions to respect the rights of others to their own freedom of/from religion and or thought.
All right, the way that reads, I think we just need to split this resolved. I think that's just clerical.
Sounds good.
I move for unanimous consent.
I second.
Anyone
Yes,
opposed? Is there anyone opposed?
I'm all for freedom from religion.
Okay, hearing none, motion carries.
Thank you, Madam Chair. All right, 2196. Row 31.
That the Texas Democratic Party hereby urges the Texas legislature to enact appropriate amendments to the TEC to require that the candidate application shall include a statement, "I do not now nor will I directly or indirectly support or advocate in favor of any effort on the part of the state of Texas or any other state to secede, separate, or otherwise withdraw from the United States, semicolon, and." The TEC should be further amended to state that if the candidate application is false at the time of the submission or becomes false at any time after it is submitted, the candidate is not qualified to appear on any ballot for a state or county office. It's interesting that they say state or county office versus any elected office in Texas. Because obviously
Wouldn't that require a new law or something? that second further resolve paragraph?
I mean, both of them would.
Yes.
All of it would.
All of it
They're
would.
suggesting essentially a new law.
Yeah.
And the reason it doesn't include federal offices is because the TEC is not in charge of federal election finance. That's why
Can
you
we
have to have
edit
a federal
this?
PAC and a state, you have to have a state committee and a federal committee if you're doing fundraising.
So this isn't the Texas Ethics Commission. This is the Texas Election Code. So it's when it's saying TEC.
Okay. Yeah,
talking
so
about
the
that.
election code, okay. I thought it was the Ethics Commission about the, okay, I see that now.
And that's exactly why I added that clerical thing of Texas
Right.
election, because that happens a
Right.
lot. People say TEC and you don't know which one.
Right.
I can support this. We're saying that we encourage this, we're urging this.
Yeah,
I
we
can
don't want
support
people
that.
to already announce they're going to break the Constitution by promoting secession to be able to run for office.
Yeah. And this is the kind of bill that when you write and then you have Republicans vote against it, it makes them look really bad. So yeah. Arshia?
Sounds good.
Okay, so for that area of state or county office, can we change that to is not qualified to appear on any ballot to which the TEC oversees?
So obviously when federal people file, they file with a form that is from the Texas Election Code, that the Secretary of State provides, right? I wonder if based on what you just said, I mean, should we just cut everything after any ballot?
Yes.
Sure.
Sure.
I would support that. It makes sense.
Because we don't want them on municipal ballots either.
I'd like to suggest that this is
Oh, Robert?
violation of the First Amendment.
Robert, you're really, really low. Can you get closer to your mic or something?
Yeah, let me try it again.
Oh, you're good. Go for
This
it.
seems like a pretty clear violation of the First Amendment, prohibiting certain speech.
So there's certain things on candidate applications right now that it says you're not a qualified person if you do X, Y, or Z.
Can you hear it? This
So-
is great. The earbuds made it where I could hear
Sylvia, are you speaking? I'm sorry.
it. I'm sorry. No, I'm sorry.
Okay. So you just have Robert, you just have an issue with this one entirely?
Yes, when I think about Quebec or Scotland or in Spain, the issues of or the Czech Republic and Slovakia, we don't have to hark back to the Civil War in the United States to get our marching orders about how to think about this issue. And I think making a blanket prohibition like this is a hindrance to at least having freedom of thought.
I would agree with Bob on that because I do think that it might be considered a negative against our First Amendment rights, freedom of expression.
Yeah, I mean, obviously not a lawyer here, but I do talk to our counsel from time to time about the rights of a party. And per the case law that sometimes he'll refer to or all of that, if it's in a primary, the party has quite a bit of leeway to open or close membership filings, a lot of that. So I wonder if you know, if this was limited a little bit more to a primary ballot, I don't think those concerns of that Aftab and Robert were bringing up would be an issue, because the party has the ability to run its primary as it wants to. And obviously not the expert in the case law and all of this stuff, but just from talking about this stuff when it sort of comes up. If that's the case, if that's the case, maybe just adding the word on any primary ballot.
Well, that might make it
Not our
perfectly
primary. It's
legal,
not.
but it's not doesn't specify a party primary. It just says elections.
Yeah, but if you say primary, that literally means party. So it'd be yeah.
Can we table this for later discussion?
Is that okay with everyone?
Okay with me.
Yeah.
All right. Moving to the next one. All right. 2027 merged. Oh, and if you want, I can definitely actually talk to our council about that one, maybe before next Thursday.
I think that is very good idea.
All right. So now we're on row 27. And it's 2027 merged. Oh, I'm sorry, Julio.
Did you want?
Wow, this one has a lot of resolves.
Okay. That TDP commits to prioritizing efforts to increase young voter registration and turnout through comprehensive outreach campaigns, including social media, educational initiatives, and community events. Clause 2. That TDP encourages the development of youth-oriented educational programs focused on civic literacy, voter education, and political participation to empower young Texans with the knowledge and skills necessary to engage effectively in the democratic process. Clause 3. That TDP calls upon elected officials, candidates, and party leaders to actively engage with young voters, listen to their concerns, and incorporate their perspectives into policymaking processes. On clause 4, that TDP urges the allocation of resources towards enhancing accessibility to voting for young people, including expanding early voting opportunities, facilitating voter registration on college campuses, and providing transportation to polling places. Clause 5, last clause, that TDP recommends collaboration with local youth organizations, student associations, and educational institutions to amplify efforts in mobilizing young voters and fostering a culture of civic engagement across Texas.
Does anyone have any issues with this one?
No.
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 It's good.
Looks good.
Move for unanimous consent.
I'll
Second.
second that.
Anyone opposed? Hearing none, motion carries.
All right. Next is 2506. All right, we're on row 6, 2506. Julio.
Oh, that the Texas Democratic Party call on state legislators to pass laws ensuring equal access by adult adoptees to their own original birth certificates and personal identifying information.
Period.
Yeah.
Is that it?
Yes.
Okay.
Let me read the whereas real quick.
Civil rights are,
Oh, I
did you want to, like you're reading just, okay.
yes. So anyone have an issue with this one, or are we good to accept it and move on?
Yeah, it looks good.
Yeah, let's move
Having
on.
several adoptees in my family, I support it.
Fantastic.
Okay, good.
All right, 2020.
What a good year.
There you go.
Row 21. Julio.
That one, a Texas citizen's photo likeness currently of record at the Texas Department of Public Safety shall be made electronically available to the voter registrar of the county wherein the voter resides, or alternatively, a Texas citizen's United States passport photo may be electronically scanned by their county's voter registrar. 2, such photographic likeness of the Texas citizens shall be printed onto the registration card. And 3, shall be issued to the duly registered voter by their county's voter registrar. And that such voter registration card that contains the registered voter's photograph shall be deemed an authorized form of identification for voting in all public elections in Texas.
I'm not sure that I would want my license or passport being held by the county.
Yeah.
I mean, you'd have to ensure, all the data privacy protections. You're talking about sensitive information.
Yeah, I wonder if I'd recommend y'all to not do anything with this one so it doesn't pass, just because I feel like our voter protection team and like lawyers really would want to go through this very thoroughly to make sure that this is a good idea and, what are the potential pitfalls. Even though it sounds like a great idea at face value, I'm very, very wary of us saying as a party, we support this when, I don't have the voter protection team or lawyers saying, oh, this is great, this is what we want, in particular for this type of issue.
Yeah, privacy issues.
Okay, so this
That's privacy issues, and too easy for someone to play games like Matt Gates's friend did in Florida with information.
So let's leave it as is and
move on.
Yeah.
Say we just table it until we run out of time.
Yeah.
Yeah. Essentially, I mean, I don't think we're gonna.
I would vote to not recommend.
Yeah. I say not recommend. I don't think there's enough personal information privacy built in.
Do I have a motion?
I move to not recommend.
Second.
I second.
Any opposition? Hearing none, motion carries.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Feel that people.
All right, we are on 2012. Row 12.
That Article 1, Section 32 of the Texas Constitution must be rewritten as no religious test shall ever be required as a qualification to any office or public trust in this state, nor shall anyone be excluded from holding office on account of his religion. Oh, the problem is of his religious sentiments. I guess that's how it's written right now, I guess.
It looks good to me.
I think it might be moved to amended to say religious or non-religious sentiments.
I'm sorry, I'm ignorant, but I
used to
didn't know that our
bargain.
Texas Constitution had a religious test.
The issue is that the current Constitution states that on account of its religious sentiments, so long as they believe in the greater being or something along that line. So it rules out atheists.
Yes, it does.
Okay.
Sorry, I feel like I need to read the whereas clauses on this one.
Yeah, supreme being. Yeah, there it is.
I actually know of a professor, a music professor at U of H, who only managed to continue working in the state of Texas because when he swore he believed in a supreme being, he was thinking of Mozart.
Well, why not? Why not?
He was the professor of composition for the Moores School of Music. Well, it wasn't that then, but yeah.
All right, so
One more amendment, that one where it says resolved, where it says account of his religious sentiments, his
Or her.
His or her, yeah.
his or
There.
or their, yeah, I would think account of their religious sentiments, and that will cover
There.
Yeah, I think we put
THEIR.
their.
I mean,
Yeah.
can you just cut it completely so you're not saying there, his, her, nothing? Would it be grammatically?
Never worked.
Just
Okay,
there.
could we-
There. THEIR is right.
Yeah.
I still think it might
Why
be
just
say, or
take-
lack thereof, something like that.
Okay. Grammatically, we can do on account of any religious or non-religious sentiments, and then
I like
I like
take
that.
out there.
Yeah, I like that.
Yeah.
Excellent.
Yeah.
You could say
Okay.
when you one owns religious if you want to.
Of one
One's own.
Of one's
Yeah.
I think that's implied though. Like,
No, that's clearer though.
Yeah, I feel like that's a little, yeah,
yeah.
of one owns religious or non-religious sentiments. Yeah.
We have a hand raised.
Shimon?
Thanks, Marco Shaman.
Shimon.
Do we need purpose of this in the where we say at the beginning, no religious test. So why do you have non-religious in there?
Fair. So maybe striking religious or non-religious would be fine.
well, so grammatically, it's a compounded statement, right? Because it says no religious test shall ever be required as a qualification to any office or public trust in the state, semicolon, nor shall
Nor.
anyone be excluded, yada, yada. So that nor adds in a new thought, right? So it's not connected to the religious test. It's a separate clause.
Right, but the way it's written, well, the way it was written, related to religious sentiments, which is the issue. When you bring in non-religious sentiments, that is everything. I mean, that it makes it almost meaningless. Non-religious sentiments.
No, I disagree.
Where is the
I
attorney?
see your point.
All right. So, I mean,
I think you could still take out non-religious, like my last name like my last name sister just said. Religious sentiments. One owns religious sentiments, whether you have even if you don't believe, you have a religious sentiment you don't believe.
Yeah.
How
Good or
how
bad.
about we change it to religious belief?
Really, some atheists would really, really object to that.
I'm sure they would.
I'm an atheist. I'm an atheist, and I don't object to it.
Yeah,
Right
I'm an
now,
atheist too.
our Constitution discriminates against atheists because it insists people have to believe in a supreme or superior being.
Yeah.
But I do have religious sentiments.
see-
I don't believe. I have religious sentiments, meaning that I don't believe in religion. I don't believe in them. So,
Yeah.
Well, some people are recovering from the abuses of their old church or family religion, and so they're very, very triggered by saying they have a religion.
but having religious sentiments doesn't mean you have. I don't have religious sentiments. I don't have a religion. I don't
So
believe
they
in it.
will not be excluded from holding office on account of their religious sentiments.
Right. Which that means I don't have it.
Some
Okay,
people just don't believe in religion at all. They
Okay,
don't think
Philosophical
I
discussion.
think it's
Yeah.
Daniel, you haven't spoken yet.
At the end, why can't we just put one's own beliefs?
Beliefs. Thank
So,
you.
I love that. Let's just do that. Is that cool?
yes.
Yeah. That's-
One's own. All right, are we good with this?
Very good.
Yes.
All right, this is a committee substitute.
that's good.
Next.
Yeah, thanks, Danielle.
Yeah. All right, row 24, we are on 2512. Arshia?
Oh, I just wanted to add, like, for grammatical things, or like wording, there's a lot of times that we can like just say the exact same thing, but with various types of words. I think in those situations, it doesn't really need to be a massive conversation to pick the exact words. I think there's a lot of different ways to communicate the same ideas. So I think we can just like leave it at something that works and then move on for the speed of the session.
Yeah, generally when we encounter that, it's like something that's clerical, but then again, something, you know, in certain instances, it could be, you know, technical, 100%. All right, so we're on row 24, 2512.
That the Texas Democratic Party unequivocally condemns all manner of hate speech, threats, bullying, bigotry, intimidation, and violence, and urgently requests that law enforcement vigorously pursue violations of law connected with such acts.
There's a spacing issue there. Nope.
Clause 2, looking, it logically follows that prejudice and bigotry against any race, religion, disability, sexual orientation, ethnicity, or gender is anti-American, semicolon, and.
Oh, wait, no, this is the whereases. I'm sorry. I jumped back because I wanted to read.
Sorry about that.
The style's a little bit different than I would prefer, but I mean, it seems fine. Does anyone have any issue?
Not everybody that's American has American birthright, I think. I'm coming from the immigrant rights organizing world, so that's why the word citizens is very.
Yeah, that totally makes sense. I mean, that's how I think we try to write our platform and resolution stuff. So let's go over to see if there's anything we can do to sort of make that a little bit broader for everybody.
Under clause 4, I think if we just take out, let's see, clause 3, clause 4, oh, no, I guess it wasn't clause 4, my bad. I don't know where.
Is it clause 5?
There was something that said, that takes away, there it is, clause 5, and attempts to rob us of our American birthright. I just, like, not everybody that's an American is American by birthright.
So how about we generalize it to like
attempts to rob us of our American identity, American rights.
I mean, just strike American.
Just strike American and birthright. Just say equality of our equality.
So Anne has her hand raised.
Oh, Anne.
Oh, I was just going to say, do we need to have that portion where it says urgently request that law enforcement vigorously pursue violations?
Okay, let's get to that. Are we good with
Take out birthright?
Take out birthright?
Yes.
Yes.
To rob us of equality?
Just equality.
To rob us of our equality. Does that?
How about human rights?
Yeah, human rights.
I like that better. Human rights.
Yes, human rights.
Constitutional rights.
Yeah, we could just do like of our rights guaranteed to us by the Constitution.
Our rights.
Our constitutional rights. Although not everybody's protected under the Constitution.
You say everybody. There's due process is afforded to everybody, even immigrants.
Well, we have a really hard time explaining to other people in this state that immigrants have constitutional rights.
They do.
Well, I know they do, but I have some neighbors who definitely don't think so.
I mean, based on what y'all have been saying the last 30 seconds, I think it should just say equality.
Yeah.
And let's get to your part, unless
Razor, less rules.
Dustin, what'd you say?
Oh, I said it's just Occam's razor. Equal rights, equality.
Equality, yeah.
Yeah, I agree.
All right. And so you wanted to work maybe at the end of this sentence?
Yeah, because it's just kind of a lot of times law enforcement has not they've been condoning bigotry and stuff like that. So I don't know if we really need, again, someone can just say we can keep the language. I don't know.
Yeah, I mean,
I was
I
just-
guess, I mean, this
maybe
is
just
hate crimes, right? Essentially.
Yeah, so like maybe urgently pursue violations of law connected with such acts. We don't need to really include, because if we just limit it to law enforcement, it's not just law enforcement, it's all portions of the law, I guess you could say.
A lot of law enforcement are the authors of these problems.
Yeah.
Law enforcement and the judicial system.
Yeah.
Tragically, yes.
Yeah, anytime I see law enforcement and vigorously pursue violations, I am a bit hesitant to really to agree with that, because we are seeing the highly militarized law enforcement all over the country. So I would, as a Democrat, I would really like to see somewhat better understanding, better wording of this thing.
So, I mean, is it just strike everything after violence and put a period?
Yeah. I was just gonna say we could do and urgently pursue violations of law connected with such acts. So we still go after people who are committing hate crimes, but not necessarily connecting it to a specific system, just generalized.
So basically, strike, request that law enforcement vigorously.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So urgently pursue violations of law connected with such acts. Does it read fine that way?
Yeah, that is fine.
Is everyone good?
I'm
I don't know, because you're telling that you want the Texas Democratic Party to urgently pursue violations. So that sounds to me like we're telling the Democratic Party, go out and look for violations of law rather than to prosecute them.
We could just
Urgently
remove the word urgent.
pursue and prosecute.
We don't
Just
want to encourage civilian police.
How about urgently urge authorities to urgently pursue violations? I'll leave it at that.
Authoritarian.
I think we need to urgently encourage something, authorities, whatever, to do the pursuing and the prosecuting, not the Texas Democratic Party.
Maybe the Texas Democratic Party could state its opposition to hate speech, threats, and bullying, intimidation, and violence without mentioning the role of law enforcement, because
that works.
We've included speech, which is protected, and bigotry, which is protected by law, and the others are kind of in a gray area. So leave those guys out of it and just state that the Texas Democratic Party unequivocally condemns those things.
And stop at end violence.
Yes.
Is that fine right there with everyone?
Yeah.
I think the point is that even though we've been condemning those, they haven't been prosecuted. So we need to have something in there about prosecuting violations.
And strongly advocates or strongly supports the prosecution of such.
Wait. Hold on.
Officials.
Linda, do you have
Sorry.
some suggested language? Can you go first?
And I don't know, strongly encourages the prosecution of such violations or such acts.
Strongly encourages the
Prosecution,
How do you spell
PROS, PROS,
PROS
E,
PROSE
CUTION. Of
such acts.
such condemned acts.
Such what acts?
Condemned acts. Because
David
we're
Fisher?
condemning them, condemned acts. How's that, guys?
I like it.
Good.
You have a hand raised.
I have another suggestion. Just to throw this out there is that the Texas judicial system prioritizes arrests and convictions of violations or violators.
Yeah.
So did you have a suggestion on language here? Sorry.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. That would say the Texas judicial system prioritizes arrests and convictions of violators or violators of these condemned acts or whatever. But I think we want arrests and convictions.
All right. So can you slow down on the language that,
Sure.
that
Yeah.
after violence? What is it?
Okay, so bullying and violence and strongly it encourages the Texas judicial system to prioritize arrests and convictions to convictions of violators.
Okay.
I think we need to clean up the language if we're going to request convictions, arrests and convictions. We've got to take out hate speech and bigotry because they're not against the law.
Well, we also request the Texas judicial system to forward the arrest and conviction of violators of these laws, something like that.
Yeah.
All right. Can you repeat that language?
We also request the Texas judicial system, or actually the Texas legal system, I think it would be, to arrest and convict violators of the applicable laws.
That's good. Very good.
And violators of applicable laws.
Chocolate. Because too many of us in the Quantum community don't believe all cops are bastards.
All right. So
You're missing.
think that you could
We
take
also
out-
request or support.
I'm sorry. One at a time, Jessica.
After we also would need request.
All right.
I feel like you could combine that just into one thought of, and strongly encourages the Texas legal system to arrest and convict violators of the applicable laws.
I think I liked the idea of separating it because of what someone mentioned, that there's maybe certain things in this first part that aren't necessarily illegal.
Okay.
And so, and then also the way that this is worded and strongly encourages prosecution of such condemned acts.
Okay. I can see that.
David, are you still having your hand up?
No, it's down. I'll take it down. Sorry about that.
So right now what we have here, is that good? Does something need to go?
Good for me.
Okay, I think this is it's definitely a committee sub. Are we good to move on?
Yes. Yes.
All right. 2073 merged. Madam Chair, is it all right if we take a short recess at 9?
Certainly.
All right. All right, so 49, row 49, 2073.
That the Texas Democratic, oh, sorry.
Sorry. Go ahead.
That the Texas Democratic Party supports policies and programs that lead the global clean energy transition through union wage jobs with good benefits and safety standards. Clause 2, that the Texas Democratic Party supports policies and programs that provide decisive leadership and full cooperation to combat climate change worldwide, including the 2023 Global Agreement to accelerate action to transition away from fossil fuels in a just, orderly, and equitable manner. Clause 3, that the Texas Democratic Party supports efforts by the Biden administration to pause permitting for new gas export facilities while evaluating their impacts on the health and well-being of impacted communities in Texas, domestic energy prices, climate change, and national security.
All right, I'm gonna go ahead and go over the whereas clauses so you guys can read them.
What line are we on?
We are on line 49.
39?
49.
Okay.
We're on 2073 merged.
Got it.
This is a great resolution.
Yeah.
Generally speaking, I think it all in all a good resolution. I would support it.
Does any have any edits, or can we just approve it and move on?
Looks good. I like it. It's well written.
Yes.
Hmm.
I think this might be the
Good stopping point.
oh yeah. Well, I was gonna say that, but I think that I was trying to say who is it? Progress Texas, I think, was and some environmentalists were pushing that one, I believe. So
Yes,
They were.
that's right.
Yeah, I'm reading it on my
the Environmental
email.
Caucus as well.
great.
Yeah, they sent that one.
Yeah,
to me
it's
to
a
vote
good
for it.
resolution.
Stamina?
Oh, just quick question before we break. What do the green colors mean? And sorry if you've already explained it.
Oh no, I don't think I've done that at all. I think someone gave me some sort of formula, or I forget what it's called. Basically, like if something's repeated in multiple places, it appears. So I think yeah. So for instance,
Oh, it's Excel identifying duplicative language.
yes.
Okay, thanks.
But there's also some yellow highlighting. What's that represent?
I think that is one of y'all users. I guess I have the ability turned on to where you can draw on the screen. So that's I feel like that might have been you, Samina. I think that's what it says.
Somebody highlighted their.
Oh no, very sorry.
No worries. Yeah. I'm that's a feature in Zoom I'm not really familiar with, so I don't know how to delete it myself. But yeah, that's what that is. Madam Chair.
I guess we need to approve and move on.
Oh, I think we already approved 2073. But I think it's about to be 9 in 3 seconds.
Yeah, so it's gonna be 9. So how long of a break do you need? 5, 10 minutes? What do you need?
I feel like 5 would be good enough so we can keep it moving. Would that be okay?
Yeah, that'll be great. We'll see everybody
Yeah,
back at
that'll work.
9:05.
5
All
minutes.
right.
Oh God.
See y'all in a bit.
Man, my camera's working.
All right, Madam Chair.
I think we're all back. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, great. All right, well, I say let's go ahead and get started. I think, not sure what number is next, but
Yeah, and I had a little bit of a thought on the break. I wonder if anything that we don't get through tonight, because I think there's just one that we've had for discussion, and then there was one that was not recommended. So we're essentially doing something with everyone other than that one discussion. I could provide some sort of list of those to everyone and say, okay, for next Thursday, if you have an edit for any of them, fill out this form and tell us what it is. And if not, if you guys don't have an issue with any of these, we'll consider them passed. And then we can do something official to sort of, it's essentially a consent calendar-ish kind of thing. So once we get through to tonight, you guys will have 6 days to sort of see if there's any edits on anything else. I know that personally there's 3 memorial resolutions that I need to add some stuff to. Just because they're a little bit weak, and I got some stuff from some people that I just need to add in potentially. And then in addition to that, there's the I think we need help on the foreign policy section. There's about 15 sister resolutions that just have slightly different language. I wonder if someone wants to do some work on that, especially some of the people on this committee that were pushing some of those at their county conventions to sort of just let's get a one merged one. I tried to do that on my own and just felt not right. And there's some other ones that were introduced in the foreign policy, and I'll write this out in an email on the suggestions. But if there's some ways that we could not have so many of the foreign policy ones, because a lot of them are overlapping. And also there's one in particular that I think deals with, it's coming from like the perspective of the Indigenous Peoples Caucus, but this is for the convention. So I feel like that one's just, I'm not sure if that one's like editable. It has some stuff in it that people might want to merge with other places. But yeah, I think just generally those thoughts I have might facilitate Thursday's meeting to go a little bit faster, and also to sort of just agree to stuff that we don't have a problem with right off the bat.
Okay.
Okay. Great. So if we're continuing, let me go ahead and make this big again. We are on 2507.
2507.
And Marco, at some time, do you want to start sharing your screen?
Thank you.
You're welcome.
What row is that?
13. I row 13, 2507.
That the descendants of the formerly enslaved Black Americans in Texas and the United States of America be given monetary reparations along with other reparative measures to be finally made whole and have this wrong righted so that our nation can truly begin to move forward. That we as the Democratic Party and the United States of America support and make law of the land House Resolution 414 by Congresswoman Cori Bush as a part of these reparative measures for the Black American descendants of enslaved Black Americans. Is it only 2 clauses? Oh, there's the third. That we as the Democratic Party and the United States of America support and also make law of the land, the John Lewis Voting Rights Bill, as a part of these reparative measures for the Black American descendants of the enslaved Black Americans. I'll just make a note that in the United States of America, all 3 of them have American, yeah.
We can't speak for the United States of America. We can only speak for the Texas Democratic Party. So I think we should
I want to say the reason why it's written like that is because this is sort of like a copy of a bill that is a congressional bill. So yeah, I think that's why. But yeah, I'm happy to make those edits right now. That's it.
Looks good. It should be supports instead of support.
Okay, let's see if there's any other words I need to change then. Supports making law. Does that work grammatically? So we as the Texas Democratic Party supports making the law.
Yeah, making the law of the land.
The John Lewis Voting Rights Bill as part of these reparative measures. Okay.
I'm in support of it.
Member Proctor has her hand raised.
Yes, ma'am.
I was just asking first part of the clause where it says in Texas and the United States. Are we? That seems redundant. You know, are we trying to Texas to speak for the United States, but right part of the United States, so we should narrow that down.
Cool. Does that work? Fix it.
Yes.
So you remove Texas and?
Well,
yeah.
it's
Yeah, I think we did, or that's what I was showing on the screen, Imad. Yeah.
Okay.
So formerly enslaved Black Americans in the United States of America.
Okay.
And then I feel like supports is wrong in this second clause, that we as the Texas Democratic Party supports.
Support.
We as the Texas Democratic Party support.
We support.
And support
making the law of the land.
Yeah, just like
right.
the other one.
And Congresswoman's supposed to be one word, I believe.
Oh, yeah, that's wrong.
Judy, you had not even half.
Okay.
Judy?
Yes, I think that clause 2 is support making, it should say making HR 414 the law of the land. This is just a very badly constructive sentence, and if you turn the page over, words would fall off.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's because this is an HR, so I'm getting some feedback. This was an HR, so it's like literally they're copy pasting an HR, and then we're supposed to like make it work. So I think that's why there's some issues. So if that's the case, that we as the Texas Democratic Party support law of the land by.
But do we need law? Isn't that taken care of? It's a congressional act.
Yeah, I like that. Let's just stop saying law law of the land.
It makes it
passing. Then it supports passing instead of making.
Passing. The John. All right, and then this one
Passage would be a better term.
Passage of.
All right. Support the, okay, so in clause 3, Texas Democratic Party support the passage of, and then here, oh.
Good.
Okay, so we also need to make it support the passage of okay. If you guys don't mind, let me go to the whereas is just to make sure. I'm not familiar with this first word.
Chattel is like ownership.
Chattel is property.
Okay. It shouldn't be capitalized though, because it has whereas. It's not a proper noun, is it?
No.
Okay. Is this fine as is?
Let's support it.
Okay.
Looks good.
2072 merged. We are on row 47.
Now therefore be it resolved that Texas Democratic Party affirms its commitment to supporting public education funding and commits to the following actions. Shall I read 1 through 5?
feel like people should be able to read it. Let me see if there's another resolve. You want to read this resolve and then we can just go back to the original?
Sure. That the Texas Democratic Party calls on elected officials, policymakers, and community leaders to prioritize public education funding as a critical investment in our future and to work collaboratively to ensure that every student has access to a high quality public education.
All right, and if you guys can just read it for yourself, 1 through 5. Did we already go over this one, or is there just one that was very similar to this? Because the conditional formatting hasn't said that it was green, so it doesn't exist somewhere else.
We just read it very carefully in temporary.
Yeah.
Okay.
Isn't it 2072 merged? Doesn't that mean the temporary committee worked on it?
Maybe. So merge might have been something came from temporary and then something just came to permanent and then they met and then got merged. Or they could have been merged. Well, no, if temporary would have already merged them. So most likely it was multiple ones that came to permanent from different counties and slightly different versions.
I remember us-
43. Line 43 has a similar resolution, not as detailed.
I remember us discussing this in temporary and passing this or moving this forward.
Line 43 is pretty different.
Okay.
Is there a
Maybe my notes are wrong.
Does it have anyone have any issue with this one, or are we in support of this?
Very supportive.
Support it.
It's good.
Yeah, we all support it, I suppose.
Okay.
I support.
Support it.
Great. Um, 2016. Oh wait, no, that's not it.
This one is really similar to the one with the Texas Constitution that we passed. It's pretty much the same thing, changing pretty much the same.
Yeah, I wonder, I mean, this one's talking about the family code rather than the Constitution, right? Got it.
What
This-
row are we on?
We are on row 16. I'm going to feel like this subject is a little off. I don't know. I feel like there should be a better title. All right. There's the resolve.
That Texas Family Code, subchapter 5, shall henceforth be changed to spouse, meaning or means an adult married to one other adult, a member of a civil union or similar relationship entered into in another state or country between persons of the same sex shall be recognized as spouses. I think just grammatically the means after spouse, I'm trying to think, that's where we changed to spouse. Meaning, I think, is the right way. If anyone that's good with grammar, you know.
No, means is good.
Okay.
We spent a lot of time on this one too in the temporary committee, trying to get the words right. But we
I
still
like
might.
the other resolution better.
Yeah, but the other resolution's talking about the Constitution change. This is a
This
code.
is for Texas. Yeah.
No, I mean both of
Maybe-
them are for Texas.
Maybe the word which following spouse would make it a little smoother.
And so essentially change to spouse.
Which, oh,
You'd have to look at the family code because a lot of definitions and statutes will say the word and then means. That's legalese.
So how about which means?
No, that's not appropriate. It should just be means.
Should just be
We're,
means.
we're defining a word.
Yeah.
We have a hand raised.
Go ahead, Shimon.
Yeah, I think what they're trying to do here is actually change the definition.
Yeah.
So it should probably say something like subchapter 5 shall henceforth define
Spouse as an adult. Yeah.
Or you could say in subchapter 5, the definition of spouse shall mean.
Well, let me use that edit that I think was just given. Shall henceforth be defined as shall henceforth define spouse as, right? Is that what we're trying to say?
But I was actually trying to ask the question. So it says for that definition of spouse, an adult married to one other adult, but then it says a member of a civil union or similar relation shall be recognized as spouses. So there seems to be a disconnect.
I have the code itself, what the text code currently reads, if you want me to read it.
Yes.
Number 5, spouse, in parentheses, means a husband who is a man or a wife who is a woman, period. A member of a civil union or a similar relationship entered into in another state between persons of the same sex is not a spouse. So it does use the word means.
So yeah, we have to change. That's why they're saying spouse doesn't mean husband or wife. It means one of two adults.
Okay.
Thank you for reading the code to us because it helps a lot.
Yes.
Sure.
So shall henceforth mean spouse. Oh wait, sorry.
Well, if you get just say, shall we change? So spouse one another adult or and. That's what the purpose of that second sentence.
Yeah, but I think you gotta put that you were changing the definition. So you've got to say that the definition of spouse shall mean, because you're
not changing. You're changing the family code. You're not changing the definition necessarily. You're changing the family code writing of this. And all you want to do is you just want to use the same language, and the same language would be spouse means, and just the way it's written, period. I remember it's written right to change the code. The way it's written now is the right way to leave it.
Okay.
All right. Let me suggest I said it real quick. Spouse shall henceforth mean an adult married to one other adult.
See what they're trying to do with that is just change to keep the format of the family code. And they're just changing some of the words in the family code. Now you're changing it completely, because of the way it reads. It's a family code in number 5. Then it has spouse in parentheses. So spouse in parentheses means a husband who is a man or a wife who is a woman, period. A member of a civil union or similar relationship entered into in another state between persons of the same sex is not a spouse. So they're basically just leaving it the same way. They're just substituting it. They're just changing some words here. So it means that same spouse means I can't see that on there. It means adult married to another adult, period. A member of a civil union or similar relationship entered into. So what they're doing is just in the code, they're changing that phrase in the code.
Yeah, they're changing the definition.
No, I mean they're
Because they have to, because of the way the
Right.
family code is written.
Exactly. So
So let me make a recommendation if I may. So that
To be changed to comma, in parentheses, you know,
yeah, I think we should essentially list both. So that the Texas Family Code,
subchapter
I
shall be
would say,
henceforth be changed.
can I make
So
a
shall read,
suggestion?
should be shall read as
Yeah, yeah.
follows, shall read.
yeah, can
Yeah.
y'all give me a second to sort of paste this? That Texas Family Code subchapter, which reads
Or shall henceforth read.
Shall read as follows.
shall henceforth read
Henceforth state.
state
Spouse means
That, state that.
all right. Spouse shall give me a second.
I mean, the way it's written is is what we want the family code to say.
Yes, yes.
If you read the family code, this be it resolved is perfect.
I agree.
And maybe we should do it the way we do bylaw changes, where change the family code this from and put what it says now and then say to this and put these words. And then everybody will understand that it looks weird because it's legalese.
Okay. That the Texas Democratic Party supports replacing Texas Family Code, blah, 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 with spouse means an adult married to one other adult, a member of a civil union or similar relationship entered into in another state or country between persons of the same sex shall be recognized as spouses.
Yes.
How does that work?
And
Perfect.
spouse should be in single quotes.
Okay. One thing I see in chat, since you in chat, the way it's worded in the family code and the way it looks, so you might just, so you can refer to that.
Yeah, so this right here is from the family. I just copied from the family.
Okay, good. Okay. I didn't see that.
And
I'm
it's
sorry.
double quotes in the family code.
No, but if you have double quotes around the phrase, it should be single quotes within that.
No.
No,
The
because
family
you're,
code
Jessica, you're stating it, we're stating exactly how we want it to read.
Yeah, because it's double quoted in the code.
It's not grammatically correct, but I'll accede that point.
How about brackets?
No, go back to quotes.
Quotes.
It's double quoted in the family code, so we should double quote it.
All right. I feel like we're at a good place. Right.
Can I, before you?
Yes.
I just don't know the answer to this. Is in Texas, are there any civil unions or is everyone married?
Yes, some counties offered that prior to the couple that got married. You could have got a civil union in Travis County. You can still get one now.
So I
And there's
just,
You don't have to be of the same sex either. You could be of opposite.
And there's
Okay,
common
so I-
law marriage in
Everything in
Texas.
between.
And you can have a declaration of informal marriage because I have one.
okay,
Yeah,
so
Texas,
Because I refused to get married until my gay children could get married in a church.
there's
Uh,
common law marriage in Texas is recognized.
okay, so then did that sentence actually be revised? Because right now it says it
In
only
any-
relates to another state.
Yeah, we should change it to any state, right?
Right.
So in a state or any state, whoever said that.
Okay. I changed it to any if that's okay. Oh shoot, where did I just go? We're on what number were we on? 2016?
2016.
Yeah, row 16.
Row 16, yeah.
Did I do something wrong?
Control Z.
I think I did. Okay. I think we're good, finally. Committee
Yes.
sub. All right, great. All right, now we're on 2154.
Which row?
Row 42.
That Texas Democrats recognize the need for state universities to be institutions of knowledge available to all and to protect academic freedom from all attacks. These are the whereas.
Are you all good with this one?
Yes.
Yes.
Yes. Yes.
All right.
Yes.
2049.
It's line 33, that the Texas Democratic Party enact this resolution to ensure comprehensive sensitivity training for all government employees, fostering inclusivity and exceptional service delivery to the elderly and disabled population across all levels of government agencies, thereby affirming our commitment to promoting accessibility and support for all aging and disabled members of the community.
Looks good to me.
Sounds good.
Move for unanimous consent.
Second.
Yes.
Yes. Anyone in opposition? Hearing none, so moved.
Just grab some lasagna from the toaster oven. 2510.
Okay, so 2510.
Row 29.
Since you're gonna eat a little bit, I'll go ahead and read more for you. So I see what you've done, so I can do that. So
Yeah,
you can
would you like to can I make you a co-host and you want to screen share?
I prefer you, if you're okay screen sharing, that'd be
Okay.
great. But if you need to eat, I support that too. If somebody else wants to screen share, maybe. I don't
Yeah,
know,
no, that's fine. I can do this. Okay.
I'll do the audio for you while you eat.
Thank you.
That the Texas Democratic Party shall vigorously oppose implementation of Project 2025 that was developed by the Heritage Foundation.
Strongly support.
Strong
I don't think there
support.
should be any opposition to this.
Yeah, that's right.
Move
No
for
opposition.
unanimous consent.
Second.
Third.
Anyone in opposition? Hearing none, so moved.
Fantastic.
Okay, we're now at 2502, which is going to be line 22. So line 22, number 2502, that we urge the state to overturn any and all anti-BDS, boycott, divestment, and sanctions laws because they infringe upon individuals' rights to freedom of speech and expression. I don't see any other clause.
Yeah, just want to state before we go into discussion, the temporary committee worked on this one quite a bit to sort of genericize this and make sure that it applied to all. And yeah, I think the temporary committee worked really hard on this, so would appreciate if you guys take that in consideration.
I approve it.
Approve.
I approve it.
Approve.
Approve.
Yes.
I'm sorry. Is there a
Yes.
typo in the
Typo
whereas? Where?
Which whereas clause?
Number 2. I think
Number
that's Cornell. Is that what that's meant to refer to? Probably.
The law school, yes.
Maybe I'm misreading it. It looks like
Oh, wait. What?
Yeah, that should say Cornell. It's hard to read.
Yeah, I mean, but why is that quotation even there in the first place? Shouldn't that just be deleted?
I don't know. I'm just saying if it's in there, it's misspelled. You can delete it.
It's whereas, yep.
Well, I like the idea of putting in Article 19, but the words Cornell Law School may be superfluous.
Yeah. Okay. I just cut that.
I'm just trying to put in a footnote.
Yeah, but what's I mean, the Universal Declaration of Human Rights doesn't come from Cornell, right?
Right. Comes from the UN.
Freedom of speech is not capitalized. Okay, I think it's all good now. Does anyone have any other edits?
No.
No, it's good.
No.
Unanimous consent?
Second.
Oh, I just did it informally, Imad. I'm just moving on if that's okay.
So now we're at resolution 2050, which is line 38. Therefore, be it resolved, the Texas Democratic Party hereby commits to ensuring the ownership, control, and management of all party data remain in-house under the direct supervision and oversight of designated personnel appointed by the party leadership.
And?
Yes, and clause 2, the Texas Democratic Party shall establish robust data governance policies and procedures to govern the collection, storage, processing, and dissemination of party data, ensuring compliance with applicable laws, regulations, and ethical standards, and clause 3, the Texas Democratic Party shall invest in the necessary infrastructure, resources, and technology solutions to support the secure storage, management, and analysis of party data, thereby reducing reliance on external vendors or service providers. And clause 4, Texas Democratic Party shall prioritize transparency and accountability in its data management practices, providing clear guidelines and mechanisms for party members and candidates to access, update, and even individually request the deletion of their own personal data held by the Texas Democratic Party. And clause 5, the Texas Democratic Party shall undertake regular audits and assessments of its data management practices to identify and address any vulnerabilities, weaknesses, or non-compliance issues, thereby mitigating the risk of data breaches or misuse.
Don't we already do that? I hope we
No,
already do that.
no, NGP Van does that, and it's now owned by Equity Fund.
Well,
All right. So
there's a new Texas law going into effect, I think in September, Texas data privacy law that covers all of this.
No, this is an important rule change. It will take a while to implement, but I wholly support it.
This is industry standard for how you're supposed to handle your databases.
Right, right.
Whether we can afford to do it or not is another question.
Yeah,
but
I mean,
I'll gladly raise money for that.
thankfully,
Yeah,
just
y'all, this is not possible with the way things are currently.
Right, I know that.
We have certain contracts with the DNC, certain, agreements with vendors. I get the spirit of this, and for all the reasons that Judy K brought up, but I mean, essentially saying that we have to cut off the voter file and everything that we have and create something wholly out of whole cloth, like I don't know.
Can we change? Can we change?
But
Can we change hereby commits to insurance to hereby encourages the ownership?
I mean, I don't know why we wouldn't want to from a coordinated, where we can coordinate legally with the committees and with candidates, why we would want to have all data remain in house. I mean, the reason why the system, functions in some of its positive ways is we're able to share data and collaborate legally under a legal framework through VAN and various background databases. I totally get where this is going, but
Did you say change encourage as much as feasible the ownership?
I'm sorry,
Marco, is your concern about all party data remaining in-house? And
yeah, I mean, this is essentially what it's saying is that everything that we have now, we would have to build in-house as just the state party and acting alone, like not being able to connect with our allies and partners.
No, does not prohibit that though.
I don't see that, Marco. I think this is it doesn't prohibit you from doing it.
No.
Just
okay.
Arms
If
around.
we stop NGP van right now, we lose mobilize. We lose the fact that non-parties like Battleground Texas or Planned Parenthood PACT or other people can pay for an NGP van subscription to either a county's data, to different committees' data within NGP van.
Mark, I see
As
something
a
too.
database analyst, I realize this is what we should do, but we really need to put pressure on the DNC to do it for everybody.
Yes.
Because we do want to be able to coordinate with national campaigns. Texas, as big as it is, doesn't have the money. I don't even think California could afford to do this by themselves. Okay?
Yeah.
But my heart is for this. My head is like, I don't want to lose Mobilize.
Yeah. I mean, Judy, you took the words out of my mouth. I think the sentiment, because of the way the structure is and wanting improvements, would like something to change, but this is something that we have to advocate for at the DNC level,
And it would take more than 2 years.
And
Yes.
you're already trying to get a website set up, so
Oh, that has nothing to do with. We're talking about the voter file, the way we get the registered voters.
That's a big data conversion project. That's how I gained to over 300 pounds working on data conversion projects as a consultant, where I was away from my family and eating in restaurants. Yeah. This would be a project from hell for the whole Democratic Party.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Sounds to me like we have no
suggesting that we not recommend.
I don't know if we can get it. Do you know what I'm saying?
Okay, Judy.
Yeah. Based on what you, Marco and Judy, are saying, I think I would say not to pass it.
Well, let me say something here.
Unfortunately, but
let me say something here. If the CRM and the website project works, this will be
a little
Julia
easier.
thing we have to have. So
But until it
we already,
does,
we already passed both the CRM and the website. We adopted them. I moved that we adopt this one here, and we'll leave it to the SDEC to decide when and how.
I second that.
I think we leave this one alone until the others are up and running.
Well, but
I
this,
disagree. I disagree. We have a vote and we have a second. We need to move on it and vote on it
What was the motion?
to approve it.
I vote no.
I have a motion to not approve it.
Madam Chair.
I vote yes.
I vote no.
Madam Chair.
Yes, sir.
I think we need a roll call. I'm sorry.
Thank you.
Oh, Lord.
So Marco, do you
Sylvia
have?
lied. I vote no.
Okay, so Marco, we're going to take this to a vote. We have a motion. We have a second. We've been having discussion. So do you have a way to, because it sounds like we have some in favor and some not. Do you have a way of going ahead and doing this via raise of hands, or how do you normally do it?
Well, if you can just bear with me about 30 seconds or less, I can bring up something. Yeah.
are we still in discussion? Can I ask a question?
If we doing roll call, I do have the names of everybody.
Yes, ma'am. You can ask a question.
What is the, it says commits and there's no time frame on here. So why are people, like, is there no kind of qualifier that would make people comfortable? Because right now, to me, it just reads as a commitment. It doesn't have a immediacy. It doesn't say within 2 years. It's a goal. It's aspiration.
I brought up changing it to encourage as much as feasible. And that leaves it up to them what's feasible and what's not feasible.
I'll have my hand raised so when possible.
Yeah, if the people are saying that it's in our heart and we should do it, and since there are no compulsion or any deadlines or anything like that, it's kind of a goal. We should really work towards it. It might take a few years or something like that. No harm in putting something like that.
But part of it might not be feasible. I mean, I don't want us to commit to things that aren't feasible. That's going to cost us way too much money. I'd rather a lot of that stuff we don't know about. I'd rather it be encouraged as much as feasible, these things, and then what's not feasible, we don't need to be spending money and wasting our time on.
And it's not just this one resolved paragraph. What about all this other stuff, which we would hope we're doing, but we will establish this, we will do that, we shall do that.
Julio?
Is there a way to say like the Texas Democratic Party supports instead of commits? Like, I'm just asking for, because as a private individual, like I support this we need this, like in order to really win, for Democrats to win nationally, like we need this realistically as soon as possible. I feel like if we say supports, maybe people would be, but I guess there's a motion on the floor and we need to talk about that motion, I guess. But I'm going to vote in favor of this, and I rise to speak in favor of this because we need this. And yes, it's aspirational. Yes, it may take whatever amount of time it will take, whether it be 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 years. But I'm going to vote in favor because we need this to really win elections. So just saying that.
Marco, you're ready for the poll?
Yeah, I would just say, as written, I think it just needs a tiny bit of work if it's going to be aspirational. I would wonder if the people that made the motions, if there's any way we could discuss this at the next meeting and maybe have some slight language changes to sort of get into the resolves. I think from a staff perspective, I'd really appreciate that.
Can we move the table?
I would be open to that.
Want to
leave it until next meeting?
Yeah, I think maybe just essentially taking what Julio was saying is that, our heart is in it, but like.
I'm on Signal with the person who wrote this amendment, Clayton Tucker, and he says he's all for making this a long-term goal. if that helps.
That's what it is.
Yeah.
Yeah, it doesn't say we need to do it tomorrow or next year or in 5 years.
I would be more encouraged to vote for it if you table it and talk about it next week. We have better language in it than to vote for it tonight. I will not vote for that as tonight, to be honest with you. I mean, I'm against it the way it is, but table it and I would be in
I
favor of it
second that.
changed.
Yeah, I have some ideas for tweaking that I'd be happy to talk about at the next meeting.
So could
So we
we
have a
make
motion to
sure
table?
that there's
So,
taken care of so that we don't
Madam
spend
Chair,
20 minutes on
Madam-
it again next time?
We're
Madam
in the
Chair,
middle
we-
of a motion.
I'm sorry,
discussion.
we have a motion first. We have not voted on it before you all decide to table it. You cannot move to table it before we decide on Ahmad's motion, and I seconded that. So we cannot move to another motion before we vote on the first one,
That's not
unless Ahmad, we pull it out, but we haven't decided that. Am I right, Marco? That's Robert rules.
Yeah.
Amend to change it.
Marco?
I'm willing if Ahmad agrees, we amend it from commitment to support. I mean, if that will solve the problem, Marco.
Yeah, I mean, I think if we just slightly work on the language, and also, I think Clayton is amicable to that. So we just get the language just a little bit better and pass it in on Thursday.
Marco, I have two suggestions that maybe we can get it approved now. I like the idea of saying supports instead of commits to ensuring. And I would say after the word and, I would say and in connection therewith, be it further resolved that we'll do these things. Once we get this we get this plan in place in the future.
And so are you offering a formal amendment right now?
Yes.
Can you say that one more time?
I would say commits to supporting, or hereby supports the ownership. Take commits out, hereby supports. And then after the word and, put in connection therewith.
Which and? I'm sorry.
I'm sorry that I'm pointing and you can't see what I'm pointing at. The last and.
The one at the very end of the sentence?
Yes. Space. In connection therewith. Comma. Comma. It's one word. Then you can go to the next, be it further resolved that we shall do these different things.
I just want to say that a motion to table takes precedence. It's not debatable. It just needs a second, and once it's second, it has to be voted on. It takes a precedence over the because it's what you're doing. We're tabling the motion at hand. I had to look that up. I knew that was right, but
Yeah,
looked
motion to table.
Seconded.
And I'll second.
it's not debatable, and we go ahead to the vote to table at this point.
Do we have a,
I vote to table.
do we have a parliamentarian?
No, I mean, you have me, which is not a parliamentarian, but I do believe what David said is correct. I was a little fuzzy on it, but obviously managing this stuff and didn't have the time to look it up.
I looked it up before. I was sure I was right, but I looked it up beforehand, and that's what it is. So
yes.
So that means that we're
folks is
you have
not
to go to a vote.
not
Move
a
to a vote. It's not debatable. Now we
conversation.
move to a vote.
Right. At this time, we move the motion to table to a vote. We've already had it motioned and second. All those in favor. Mark, are you going to do a poll or are we going to do it by voice?
I was just, just because of the discussion, just to do a poll, or it's not a poll. It's I'm going to give everyone access to the roll call sheet. So everyone go to the chat and click on that. You should be able to vote yourself. So it's motion to table.
On the chat itself?
It says I need access.
All right, I will give you access.
I will.
On the chat or on the documents? Okay.
On the chat, I'm giving you a what I'm screen sharing right now, the link to what I'm screen sharing right now. So go ahead and click on that.
I can't talk. I can't hear.
So
No,
a yes
no.
vote is to table, correct?
A yes
Correct,
vote
a
is
yes
to
vote is
table.
to table.
And if you don't have access right now, I will vote for you physically. So members
Okay,
that have
I
the
don't
ability-
have access and I vote to table.
Okay.
Marco, this is Hatem. I'm driving and I'm voting no, not to table.
Okay. Hold on.
Marco, please.
Wait, hold on. Give me your number, Judy K. What CD are you?
18.
18. All right. And then Hatem.
14, I don't have access and I vote to table.
So that's a yes vote, Constance. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Okay. I think Hatem was speaking.
Yes,
Hatem, you wanted to
CD 37, I vote no, not to table.
CD 36, please mark me voting yes to table.
Okay.
CD 17.
Oh, sorry.
Yes, to table.
CD 17, Daniel, you said is that a yes or no?
Yes, to table.
All right.
Yes.
Aftab?
No. 25, CD 25. Thanks.
Liz Townsend?
I move. This one's a hard one because I think it's in long term really good goals, but it does need better writing. So I'm going to have to move to table. Yes.
Okay.
I think Davis Jackson, is that a voting member? No.
Yes, they're the secretary of the committee.
I don't think staff votes.
I'm
The
not
officers of the committee do vote.
Marco, are you calling on people or are we supposed to be volunteering?
So if you're able to access the sheet, the link that I gave in the chat, you should be able to vote on your own. If you go to it and you're not able to check the box to vote on your own, let me know and I will vote for you.
I'm letting you know. I vote no.
Wait, can you repeat your vote one more time?
No.
Okay. What CD are you? Sorry.
29.
29, no. Are there any members that haven't? Oh,
I have not yet have to vote.
Stephen, Dustin, how would you like to vote?
I'll go ahead and table. I'm in favor of rewriting.
Okay. Anyone else?
CD 20, I vote yes.
Yes. All right. Anyone else?
CD3, I vote no.
Okay.
CD9, I vote no.
No. All right.
CD 38, I vote no.
Oh, wait. Tony, were you just speaking? Did you
No,
just vote?
That's Ann.
Yes.
No, that was me. Yes.
Okay, so Tony, you're vice chair of the committee, so I marked the wrong thing. So you're voting no.
Correct.
Who voted after Tony? I'm sorry.
Anne from CD 38, I voted no.
All right. Are there any members who have not voted?
I haven't voted, but since I'm the chair, I don't know if you want me to vote.
Yeah, I would say unless you're tiebreaker, I would say you shouldn't vote.
Yeah.
Unless you really, really want to. And Judy K, I do not have your name listed here.
That's because we had to do the time, the coin flip.
Yep.
The other night. But yeah, I'm CD 18 and I am a yes to table.
Okay. Are there any members who have not voted yet? Okay. Madam Secretary, if you would like to read the outcome.
I was counting.
It's actually counted at the very top in rows 2 and 3.
Votes for or yes, 16. Vote no, 11.
The yes have it.
Okay, so it's tabled, Madam Chair.
Yeah, it's tabled. Okay.
Here, I would like to say something. Uh, in the previous state resolution committees, anytime we were really shifting off or putting some of the resolutions for the end, we never reached the end because we ran out of time. So I would really encourage the committee to try to really do whatever we have decided, whatever work we have today, to get it done today. Otherwise, there will be a fresh batch of resolutions on Thursday and on Thursday and next week, and we will be on a deadline, and we will have to stop at midnight or something like that, if I remember correctly, the deadline.
Madam Chair,
Go ahead.
if it's okay, you know, I'd love to work with the people that want to improve this resolution and, you know, the original author and the people that are advocating for it. And let's just take care of it at the beginning of next meeting, or very near the beginning. That's what I would recommend, Madam Chair.
Okay, say that. You guys go ahead and do that.
Sorry if I'm eating with my mouth open. I apologize. All right. Next is 2073.
All right, so 2073.
We've already done 2073.
Oh,
I'm sorry, I thought I deduped properly. I don't know how that happened.
It was 2073 merged, I think.
2072, I
Oh.
believe.
Interesting. Okay. I don't know why I messed up on that numbering. My apologies. All right. 2516.
so this is row 53. And it reads that we call upon state legislature to 1, increase and enlarge recycling centers in every county in the state. 2, to incentivize the research and development of recycling of all waste and provide scientific research as to how to make recyclables more useful. 3, increase the recycling for all plastics, including plastic bags. 4, enlist the participation of all businesses generating waste. 5, require waste management companies to pick up separated recyclables. 6, offer tax incentives for participation in the program. And 7, create a statewide network whereby all recycling centers are connected. Do we put anywhere that the Texas Democratic Party supports this? Do we put that at the beginning or now? Or?
Yeah, that sounds correct. Oops.
Yeah, so just change that to the Texas Democratic Party calls upon the state legislature.
I think you have to keep that because it's after therefore be it resolved.
Right, that, yeah.
But yeah, I did that change the calls.
Texas Democrats instead of we, and then calls.
Okay.
I move for unanimous consent.
Okay.
Anyone opposed?
I'll go for it. I'm not opposed.
Seeing none, motion carries.
Point of personal privilege. I thought we passed the Slavery Remembrance Day, but it's not checked off. Now I have to find it again. Oh, yeah, it's it 2501 line 9?
So you're saying we already went over this one and we passed it by unanimous consent?
Yes, I think so. That's what I remember.
Okay.
I don't have 2501.
It's the one from Congressman Green.
Yes,
That
you're
has
correct.
the really, really long whereases.
Thank
And we
you.
discussed what we could ask the president to do, but I don't remember us opposing it.
All right. So yeah, you were correct. So I've made that a correction.
Okay, thank you.
So now
Sorry
we're
to
on.
interrupt,
No,
but I noticed that when I was going over them, so during the break.
Cool.
And I wrote a note and lost it under my desk.
So we're on row 43.
That the state of Texas.
2514. Sorry.
That 2514, that the state of Texas shall adequately fund Texas public schools. Clause 2, that no taxpayer money or public funds should be allocated towards any kind of voucher or education savings account scheme that funds private schools. Clause 3, that the Texas Democratic Party and all of its elected officials shall support legislation to adequately fund Texas public schools, provide for regular increases in the basic allotment on a regular basis during every legislative session, and stop legislation that creates more unfunded mandates on our schools.
Is that similar to 2072, which we just passed?
It's very similar, but not exactly the same.
What row is this?
43.
Thank you.
I say we pass it unanimously.
This is the only one that mentions vouchers specifically.
Right.
It needs a grammar correction in the resolve paragraph, the second one.
What needs?
In the be it further resolved, clause 3, the first line, it's not apostrophe S.
That's true. It isn't, it is.
And vouchers is a scam, and it is correctly called a scam.
Yeah.
We
The only thing left out is that the Texas
hand.
legislation, the Texas Constitution says the legislature is supposed to fund schools, and they didn't do it this session.
But 2072 does mention vouchers, just to let you know. That's not the one we're talking about now. It's not the only one. We did pass one that does mention vouchers in 2072, which we passed.
So we have a raised hand.
Jimin?
Marco, the clause 2, the verbiage that includes voucher education savings accounts, and it say no taxpayer public funds should be used to fund. I just wonder what people try to get out of something saying scheme.
So you were breaking up quite a bit, so I'm not really sure what you said. Which clause were you talking about?
Repeat it. The second clause, that's no taxpayer public funds.
A second, therefore, be a resolve. Oh, got it.
So that no taxpayer or public funds should be allocated funding private schools.
Yeah, I'm sorry, you're breaking out quite a bit. I couldn't understand.
I couldn't.
Okay. Hear me.
Type it in the chat.
Chat.
Oh, great.
So is there a problem with this one?
Tornado.
I think we have already passed one similar to it, but I don't have a problem with that. I like it, but I think
No, there is
we've already passed it in 2072. The same ideas. I
think the voucher issue is important enough to make a separate resolution.
Me too.
I'm fine with it.
I'm fine with it too.
Move for unanimous
With it
consent.
too.
I second.
Second.
Anyone opposed? Seeing none, motion carries.
All right. 2517 on row 45.
That the Texas Democratic Party strongly encourages the Texas legislature to pass a bill to fully mandate the retrofit of all public school transports, buses with seatbelts, and provide the full funding for their installation and maintenance.
Move for unanimous consent.
Second.
Moved.
Good God, do we not have seatbelts?
No,
Anyone
The old
opposed?
buses don't. The old buses don't.
no, only the new buses.
Hearing no opposition, motion's granted.
2062.
Row.
Row 40.
So be it resolved, the Texas Democratic Party will have no association whatsoever with any individual or organization that is known to espouse anti-Semitism, pro-Nazi sympathies, or Holocaust denial. Clause 2, the Texas Democratic Party will have no association whatsoever with any individual or organization that is known to espouse Islamophobic, xenophobic, or white supremacist ideologies. Clause 3, the Texas Democratic Party commits to fostering an environment of inclusion and understanding, rejecting and calling out divisive and harmful rhetoric that targets any community, including the Jewish and Muslim communities. Clause 4, the Texas Democratic Party calls on the state Republican executive committees of the Republican Party of Texas to join the Texas Democratic Party in taking a stand against hatred, violence, and harmful rhetoric against the Jewish and Muslim communities. So that one needs fixing. Clause
Yes.
4.
Well,
Strongly support.
Hatred, comma.
Love you.
Sorry, what needs to be fixed in this one exactly?
A comma after hatred.
And the word of the Republican Party is included in the State Republican Executive Committee.
yeah, so we don't have to say Republican Party again.
Yeah, we just remove off
Yeah,
the
you can remove
Republican
that
Party.
correctly.
So I mean I would say to keep it. Here's why. The SCC passed a very similar resolution, and it's because the SREC failed to pass a resolution against white supremacists back in December. So
Right.
this is sort of like our response resolution to them.
Okay.
So underlining that it's the state Republican Executive Committee of the RPT. Now we call ourselves TDP. They use an of, so it's a little bit switched around. And I know it's unfortunate because then there's two ofs kind of close together, but that's the title that they used. I mean, you could do Republican Party of Texas's, so like an apostrophe, State Republican Executive Committee if you want to get rid of one of the ofs, but I'd highly encourage to sort of keep this.
So
Okay.
it's more explanatory this way. Huh?
Yeah,
Is
let's
that okay
keep
to
it.
change it around?
I think it's okay that way.
Yeah, move for unanimous consent.
Second.
Anyone opposed? Okay, hearing none, motion's granted.
Awesome.
All right, 2040 merged. Row 30.
Be it resolved that Texas Democrats, 1, reject white nationalism and white supremacy as hateful expressions of intolerance that are contradictory to the values that define the people of the United States. 2, condemn the use of captions, statutes, memorials, and artwork used or erected to memorialize Senator Richard B. Russell or any other lawmaker who intentionally disavowed the Declaration of Independence's exhortation that all persons are created equal. And 3, call on the United States Senate to remove the name of Richard B. Russell from the Russell Senate Office Building and to revert to using the building's original name, the old Senate Office Building, until the Senate finds a suitable honoree.
I support it.
I support it too.
I
Is one
move for
5%
unanimous consent of Congressman Lee Green's resolution.
Oh, okay. If it is, then yes. I second.
Okay, we have a motion. We have a second. Any opposition? Anyone opposed? Seeing none, motion's granted.
I misspoke. I'm sorry. There are others about vouchers. That was the first one I'd seen tonight.
And now we're on resolution 2515, row 46. The Texas Democratic Party will continue to publicly oppose the diversion of public funds to discriminatory voucher programs that significantly reduce public financial support to our sheriff's public schools, and that the Texas Democratic Party will continue to use its voice to educate the public about the dangers of vouchers, and that the Texas Democratic Party will continue to lobby national, state, and local governments and support organizations and unions in their opposition to school vouchers, and clause 4, it's missing clause 5.
Oh, wait.
Oh, there it is. That the Texas Democratic Party will continue to, sorry, I'm looking at your screen, there you go. Will continue to advocate the value, importance, and fundamental right of every child to receive a free and appropriate public education.
I
All right,
wish
now I
this,
know-
I
now
wish
I know
this
what-
would mentioned disabled students that aren't accepted by many charter and private schools. Because we don't have any that have that, but that would be adding, so we can't do it, sorry.
I suggest we approve it.
I second that.
Second.
Any opposition?
Nope.
Hearing none, motion's granted.
And now we're doing resolution
559. Sorry.
2559, which is row 56. Therefore, be it resolved, the Texas Democratic Party 1 thanks the cities of Austin, Sunset Valley, Port Aransas, Laguna Vista, Fort Stockton, Eagle Pass, Corpus Christi, Brownsville, Kermit, Freer, and South Padre Island for their attempts to manage solid waste and eliminate the use of plastic bags. And 2, take a stand with Texas cities seeking to manage solid waste by banning the use of free plastic bags.
Move for unanimous consent.
Why is it free plastic bags? Are they just, did I miss something? Are they?
Yeah,
free
it should be
plastic bags,
single
like from the
use.
grocery store or something?
It should say
Yeah.
single use, not free.
There's
I
a
actually
couple
wrote
of states
on
that
this.
charge you like 10 cents or 12 cents. Or
So I actually wrote a paper on this when I was in college. Fort Stockton was the first town that tried to ban plastic bags, and the governor said they couldn't. And as far as I know, the law that the governor passed also says that you cannot charge for plastic bags. I think
Dallas did it. Dallas did it. It was taken. It was very profitable for the city of Dallas.
I use plastic bags, so I have a hard time with this one. I need them for my cats.
I lived in Dallas when they briefly banned single-use plastic bags. And I saw a huge change in my neighborhood. There was less trash blowing around.
Yeah.
But after pressure from the plastics industry, the city council rescinded the law and everything went back to how it was. But we had like even 7-Eleven had really nice thick plastic bags they only charged 5 cents for.
I'm willing to pay
That you
5
could
cents for
reuse.
the bags.
This is CD 14, right on the Gulf of Mexico. I'm begging you to not allow plastic bags. It's killing our environment. It's killing the marine life.
Yeah.
So I actually
plastic pollution is a huge issue.
Plastic bags always flow to the sea.
Hey,
Yeah.
Eli, you were saying some stuff. Maybe you want to continue.
Oh, no, thank you. So Fort Stockton was the first town that tried to ban plastic bags. And this is actually like a cross. Oh my God, my brain just lost the word. Like both sides of the aisle, bipartisan. It's a bipartisan issue because in West Texas, plastic bags are not only a huge problem when it comes to pollution, but it also kills a lot of animals. And I don't know if any of you have ever been to Midland, Odessa, but you will drive down the highway and there will be miles of plastic
Yes.
bags up to the interstate barrier. Miles.
Yeah.
That's not even exaggeration. It's terrible. And two of the counties, Fort Stockton and I think it was Kermit, both of those are like Republican strongholds that tried to ban plastic bags.
Yeah, they're like 80% plus R. I mean,
I can approve this because it says take us down the Texas cities that are seeking to manage. So I could approve this. I'm okay with it.
I move we approve it.
I
Except
second.
you have 2 hands up.
Bill,
I was just going to move that we approve it unanimously.
Okay.
Marcia.
Okay, so I support approving that, and there are so many like climate issues with it. But if we ban plastic bags, is there like another resolution or like some way to show support for like paper bags? Because this is just like getting
Reusable
rid of
bags.
bags.
Reusable bags. People
Yeah.
take their own bags in.
Shopping bags, carry them in the car all the time.
Yeah, I do too.
Paper preceded plastic.
And so we need to keep the word free in there or no?
Yes, I think that's the intent of the author is to keep the word free in there. You know, obviously
Okay.
there's reusable ones like, you know, I have some reusable plastic bags right next to me, you know, that
Yeah.
carry stuff in, and of course, you know, canvas, you know, paper, all of that stuff. This is just saying the type that, you know, they used to always just hand out at the grocery store for completely free, and they're blowing all over
Okay.
the place. It's
Okay.
those.
And on the grammatical, on the be it resolved, the third line, you need to have some space between waste and.
Thank
Yeah.
you.
You're welcome.
I move to approve.
So we had a motion, we had second, we've had discussion. Anyone opposed?
Nope.
Okay, motion carries. Motion granted.
Life is good.
It's so nice we all agree on everything. We all get along so well.
103, 2523,
2923.
2523, row 103.
Thank you.
That the state of Texas and the federal government shall enact laws to curb gun violence, such as an assault rifle ban, gun buyback programs, safe storage laws, red flag laws, limits on ammunition purchases, higher taxes on firearms and ammunition, raising the minimum age to buy a firearm to 21, and instituting a training and licensing program in order to purchase a gun.
Second.
And then clause 2, that the federal government shall repeal the Dickey Amendment that prohibits the CDC from studying gun violence and shall henceforth fund such studies. Clause 3, that the Texas Democratic Party and all of its elected officials shall work towards the aforementioned goals in all of their official duties. Clause 4, okay, that's it. The clauses. That's row 103.
Move for unanimous support.
Second.
Second.
Anyone opposed?
I would like to change the title. Was another resolution that said something about common sense gun laws. which
Yeah,
I-
2025 is just a couple rows down. It's very similar. I'd really like to compare. I didn't know which one to select as my favorite.
I like the other one a little bit better. I'm good for passing both of them, but I like 25-25 just a little more.
And I'll just mention that I love the phrase that I support safe, responsible gun ownership somewhere. I don't know if that's a possibility, but I just love that phrase.
Yeah,
Safe, responsible gun ownership.
but I like the common sense gun laws title better than the other one.
What was the one we were just on? I'm sorry.
25, 23.
Okay, so that's 103.
Okay, so basically 105 and 103. I mean, I feel like both of them are good. I mean, maybe you could argue one's stronger than the other.
25-23 has a few more lists in the laundry list of things.
Marco, could this be one where we edit it for next week so that we could just come?
All right, how about this? I can, because I did this clerically for a lot of others. I will work on combining 103 and 105, or sorry, lines 103 and 105 for y'all.
Right.
Does that work?
Yes.
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 I like.
Yeah, because I definitely want to repeal the Dickey Amendment, but also sale of high capacity. Yeah, both of the things. Yeah.
All right. So
we have a hand
And
raised.
raising that age.
Yeah.
Throw in common sense gun ownership in there someplace.
Yeah.
I love that
And
phrase.
then Marco, we do have a hand raised, Marco.
Yeah, just put it all in there.
Yeah, so on the resolved portion on that, I think it all has a really good overall thing, but I'm struggling with two of the points on raising taxes. I think that just limits the ability of working class people to access firearms. And while we want like common sense gun ownership, we still are in support of gun ownership. So I think like raising the cost of acquiring firearms kind of like defeats the purpose and only makes it an elite privilege. So I think that wouldn't be equitable. And then also on the point of banning assault rifles, I know there's a lot of contention on that overall, and I'm not sure the entirety of the party agrees on that. Specifically since the Second Amendment, while we want common sense gun ownership, we don't want a ban on firearms overall, right? That's part of the Constitution. So while there's contention on whether or not muskets to assault rifles is reasonable, we still need to have the ratio of allowing arms that would be able to combat tyranny in case of such occurring, right? And not having assault rifles would defeat that purpose in the Second Amendment. So I think that kind of goes
We banned
against the
bazookas.
Second Amendment itself. Well, we have banned bazookas, but that's just like an extensively military thing. Whereas
And
assault rifles are just being
are
on
extensively
equal level.
military too. Assault weapons are military. They don't go out and kill deer with assault weapons. They are military.
Able to eat the
True,
venison.
but the thing is, the Second Amendment was to protect against a tyrannical government. And if the government has assault rifles,
What is an
then
assault
the
rifle
people
gonna
An
should
assault
be
rifle against the
labeled
tank isn't
to have
doing
assault
much.
rifles as well.
Right. I did not want to take
So then what
Sullivan's
would the
out.
argument be to just like get rid of the Second Amendment if we're not going to use it to its full
But
capacity?
There's
Why
no
do you need to
misinterpretation
fire
of the Second
60 rounds
Amendment.
a minute? Why do we need to fire 60 rounds a minute? Like, that's what an assault rifle does.
And the Second Amendment was set up when we did not have a military.
Yep. And it's
Well,
said
Henderson, you're on
for,
mute.
it's for a well-regulated, it's like in order to have a well-regulated militia.
I'd
So
like
like
to move,
arms
I'd
shall
like
not
to
be
move that
we
we
have a
table
National
this
Guard.
until we've merged them, and then we can get discussion for and against.
Do we have a
I'll
second?
second.
If we merge the two, then let's wait until we see that.
Okay, so we have a motion to table and a second. Anyone opposed? All in favor, it seems like. Motion granted. Motion to table.
I'll gladly volunteer to work on this bill with whoever, or this resolution with whoever is interested.
I will too. I'll be happy. Craig Fisher.
Okay. 2074. Oh, Lord.
It's row 55, 2074.
Wow.
Oh, what do you want to do? You want to everybody read it themselves?
Oh, sorry. This is the where.
Oh,
This is the last
that's where
whereas.
we're at.
I'm
Okay,
so
be it
sorry.
resolved that the Texas Democratic Party supports efforts to protect responsible investing and refutes supports to protect responsible investing and refutes any legislation to divest our retirees' pension funds from companies arbitrarily blacklisted for their responsible investing initiatives. Huh. I'm gonna have to read that one.
Yeah. All right. How about
Oh, that's the teacher stuff again.
Well, it's also the employee retirement system and everything else.
Yeah.
It's a response to the Republican anti-DEI stuff.
No, it's not just anti-DEI, it's the Republicans decided that any of the funds that said, we think fossil fuels are losing their value and we don't want to stay invested in fossil fuels. The Texas legislature said, no, none of our retirement funds can invest in these funds that are saying, maybe we should keep fossil fuels in the ground because it's causing global warming, it's leading to problems, and we think they're a bad investment. Basically, the Texas Republican Party is like, no, the oil business is more important than people's retirement funds.
Of course.
Yeah, this is a really good resolution, and the temporary committee worked on perfecting it a little bit. Yeah.
I move we give it unanimous consent.
So, second.
Anyone opposed?
I'm opposed.
Who stated that?
Shemin stated it.
Okay.
Clause has to be.
Okay, so Marco, we have one in opposition. Are you going to put up a poll? Are we going to take a vote?
Sure, Madam Chair. We want to move to a vote.
Move to a vote.
Maybe a voice vote.
Point of inquiry. Can we get a little more understanding of why it's opposed?
Please. Yes. The last part of the clause in clause 2 doesn't make sense. It says, and it should say opposes any legislation to divest our retirees' pension funds from companies arbitrarily blacklisted. You don't want to say arbitrarily blacklisted.
But they were.
Yeah, we could just say blacklisted.
Were the oil and gas funds blacklisted?
Yes, they were. No,
as,
they weren't. That's why they blacklisted these funds that didn't invest in oil and gas anymore. Our legislature said, we're not going to invest our state employees and our teachers' pension funds
Anything but
in
oil.
some of the best performing funds, because these best performing funds decided they didn't want to risk any more money in oil and gas.
couldn't you say, instead of just I understand you're objecting because you have some concerns with the wording in the paragraph.
Yes, not the content, but the wording.
Okay.
So what do you have a recommendation on how to improve it?
Yeah, I think you just want to opposes any legislation.
They've already divested them, though.
Okay, so guess I don't understand the refutes the legislation and why you want to use their language about the arbitrary blacklisting, because
well,
could you say something more like refutes any legislation?
Well, when you say refutes, it's already passed, right?
Right. So we have to repeal it, but we can't make the Texas Republican Party repeal anything.
Okay, but
any
you
legislation to
the House.
Any legislation
don't have
to
NTP van anymore. Just by the way.
And refutes any future legislation. Does that help?
I think that repeal it.
Yeah, I mean, why not just change it to repeal?
Yeah.
So Texas Democratic Party supports efforts to protect responsible investing and repealing any legislation that divests our retirees' pension funds from companies who oh wait, sorry.
That you said it right.
Who work
based on their responsible investing initiatives.
Yes.
Does that read? Oh wait, just in case you can't see it.
Sounds good to me. Based on their responsible investing.
So if
It divests, you need a S on divest.
an S on divest?
Yeah.
Divests are retirees. Do you have to say divest from, or can divest stand on its own?
From.
No, it
stands by its own. I think it stands by its own.
Oh, does?
Yes.
And divest.
Yeah, because you have from in front of companies, so.
Yeah.
Oh, got it. Okay, cool. So it doesn't stand on its own, but the from is in another place.
Yeah.
Right.
All right.
I think I think that makes sense. I think.
Okay.
We're grammar police after all.
Okay, so I think we've perfected it. Just tell me if we haven't. All right. The next one is the one that we wanted to combine and that we were having that discussion about, so I'm going to skip that one. So next one is 2519.
Marco, you didn't check that one for unanimous committee substitution.
I think we changed it a little bit. So, oh yeah, got it. Yeah, you're right. Okay, cool. Thank you.
You're welcome.
All right. So resolution 2519, row 62.
That the Texas Democratic Party encourages the repeal of both the windfall elimination provision and the government pension offset in support of educators, firefighters, police officers, and other public sector employees affected by these policies. Clause 2, that the Texas Democratic Party supports public sector employees and educators and believes they should have the same rights as other citizens who have paid into their retirement systems and Social Security to receive those amounts they would otherwise receive without the WEP or GPO penalties. Clause 3.
Oh, is there a clause 3?
Sorry, I was just making sure.
Oh yeah, I was just going back to the whereases because
okay, cool.
I wanted to read them again. Oh
And
yeah.
then-
This is the one you had us work on after the meeting
Yeah,
because of the issues that were, it had no teeth in the resolved.
Got it. So y'all, so some of the temporary members that are permanent members, I think have some edits to this one already.
yes.
Yeah,
where
it has a
are
lot
they?
more teeth. I like the teeth.
Yeah, we worked really hard on this. I was late. I'm sorry, but yeah.
That's where we did the room. Yes, you
So there's
Christy
additional
worked
stuff to add.
really hard. Judy Les Eunice worked very hard.
Can you tell me where the edits are?
I rewrote the whole resolve clause. We had already deleted the second resolve clause, and it was bad. It was bad. They didn't have much of anything in it. It just said something about eliminating the clauses, and it didn't say why. It didn't say what it was for. It was confusing, and so everybody had their input, and I tried to put it together. I think I got what everybody was wanting.
I think you did a great job. And the problem is people in the Texas many of these Texas supported retirement systems don't pay into Social Security. And then even if they get other jobs where they've paid some into Social Security, they may not have enough quarters, or it has to do with when their spouse dies, and then they finally get some Social Security, and then the Social Security says, oh, now that's a windfall, and they take it away with them, and they wind up just as poor as they were before. This is something that all of the government employees who have that kind of thing want to be on the same level as everybody who works for private sector, if that makes sense.
So Judy Lee Eunice, who's not here, and Christy, y'all already added all the edits. So what's present on the screen is the perfected version from that Temporary was working on, correct?
Right.
Okay. Julio, did you have a question?
I had a suggestion for an amendment whenever the conversation is there.
Yeah, well, which clause?
So again, coming from the immigrant rights world, citizens, on the resolved, there's a word that should have the same rights as other citizens. Not every teacher is a citizen. Some might be permanent residents or even DACA. So
are they going to have Social Security? If they're not,
Well,
if they don't
residents
get
have
Social
Social
Security, then
okay.
do
I'm
they
trying
get
to-
Social Security?
Does anybody know if
No.
permanent residents pay? I know
No,
that residents and
No
DACA people
residents
pay
don't.
into Social Security. I know they pay into it. And then permanent residents later on when they become citizens. But I do know that anyone that works, well, somebody can correct me. If you work in the United States legally, you pay into Social Security. Is that correct or incorrect? Anyone know?
You pay it, but you don't receive anything from it.
Julio, you're correct. I know people who are legal residents who are receiving Social Security.
Okay, I didn't know that.
Okay.
We can take out citizens. We can take out other Americans.
Or just put others.
Yeah, just say others.
Okie dokie.
Okay. So I feel like we've come to a consensus here and we're probably in favor of this.
I am.
Okay.
Yes.
I am too.
Move for unanimous consent.
Seconded.
Anyone opposed? Motion carries.
I'm sorry, Marco, which one?
2560, line 60.
Resolved, the Texas Democratic Party resolves to support that the TCEQ be held responsible for assessing the impact of these industries on the health and welfare of rural citizens. Rural citizens, and for taking necessary actions to ensure compliance with state and federal regulations. So I guess rural residents, rural Texans maybe would work. Rural Texans.
Rural Texans.
Yeah.
This
emphasized rural because big counties like Harris and Dallas and Tarrant and Bayer have county attorneys who sue these people for their residents, but the rural and TCEQ is awful anyway.
Yes.
They never fine people enough to clean up the mess they made.
Midland County resident here to say that Houston has 45 air monitors, DFW has 28, and Midland Odessa has 6.
Yeah.
So it's bad.
So you were saying change citizens to residents, or did we have another word?
How do people feel about health and welfare of Texans? How do people feel about that?
Texans, rural Texans especially.
Oh, did you want to be specific for rural? Is that?
Yeah.
Okay.
Because there is a big disparity. As an urban person, I realize the disparity. So that's why I left it as rural.
And you are a rural Texan, I guess.
I'm not.
I'm whereas
unincorporated Harris County, but I'm certainly not rural.
All right. Is everyone okay with this one? Looking at the whereases?
Yes.
Okay.
Looks good.
All right, next. Oh my gosh. I don't know why this one does not have it lost its number. Let's see here. You know what? I think it got cut off from a comma or something.
You guys are still meeting. It's nearly 11.
I know.
All right, 25, 20, or 62. Line 59.
That the Nueces County Democratic Party and the Texas Democratic Party hereby support the continuation of division of sea turtle restoration in its current form under the direction of Dr. Donna Shaver, and further ask the United States Department of the Interior to support each continuation of this educational and economically successful conservation effort for the critically endangered Kemp's Ridley sea turtle and other endangered species.
So I think in this case, even though it's local, I guess since it's about an endangered species, you could argue that it's statewide. So it's probably a good idea to keep Nueces County Democratic Party. If it were any other resolution, you might want to cut that out and just say Texas Democratic Party.
You say the Texas Democratic Party in conjunction with Nueces County Democrats?
Sure.
Unanimous consent.
I second.
Seconded.
Anyone in opposition? Hearing none, motion
Absolutely
carried.
not.
Yay, I love turtles.
All right. Actually, that's a clerical, so that's just a regular. 2017. Probably need to make that smaller.
As much as I agree with this, there's another resolution that is more comprehensive on reproductive rights.
Oh, maybe I have the wrong. Okay, sorry. Row 18.
Be it resolved that the state of Texas must repeal said Texas heartbeat law at the earliest opportunity, and that the state of Texas assume full financial responsibility for any childbirth that would not have occurred but for the effect of said law, including but not limited to all medical expenses incurred by the pregnant person associated in any way with her forced pregnancy, damages attributable to the pain and suffering endured during and subsequent to labor and childbirth, and all the child support and other expenses during its life until 21 years of age.
Unanimous consent.
Seconded.
Any opposition? Hearing none, motion carries.
Hold on.
Oh.
That's a whole lot of money. I'm not sure that I want to be able to, I mean, that's a whole lot of people that are being born already, and that's a whole lot of money in my taxes. I don't think we thought that completely through.
I agree. I have to oppose it as much as I want that law to be repealed. I can't see putting the state on the hook for this. This is law. This would be a lawsuit. This isn't something that automatically Texas should pay for.
Members, what I would suggest is, I think there was someone else that spoke earlier that there might be some better written reproductive right ones. I also think some of the language in here, like, you know, in this like whereas clause, feels a little off for a resolution that passes the convention. I wonder if maybe some whoever said that there's a better one, maybe take some of this language and recommends that you know, get some of the good stuff out of this one and maybe merge it with one of the better ones.
Yeah, and also the title of this one says right to a medically assisted abortion, but it goes into Texas paying the bills for babies that have been born. That doesn't even seem like the right title.
Let me say one thing. If the state really hurts somebody, then it is the right thing for the state to compensate. And of course, a state does not have its own money. All the money is generated from our taxes. But to deny people who have been wronged any compensation, any adequate compensation, is not a good idea for our Democratic Party.
I don't think
I'm not voting for this.
I don't think you're denied it. I don't think you're denied. It's just not guaranteeing it. It should be in form of a civil lawsuit.
Yeah, because who decides what the harm is and what the remedy should be?
And to support a
All
child
the way to the
age
age of 21.
Yeah.
It's a resolution. It's which shows the intent of the Democratic Party.
Yeah.
It's not a
I
lawsuit.
don't intend to pay that.
Right.
And it's not like we're asking you to start counting your money now. The state of Texas have $35 billion in the rainy day fund. So it's
I'm
not
voting
like,
against
hey,
it too.
we're increasing the taxes by 20% so that we could pay for those families. No.
Yeah.
So Marco, how do we do this since we already had a motion? We already took a
Move the
vote.
table.
Table. I'm just asking, and the vote had already passed before the opposition, so.
I didn't hear any call for a vote.
Yes, ma'am.
The judge and the judge opinion, the vote has happened already.
I didn't vote.
You can ask for, if she voted on the prevailing side, she can ask for a recall of that number.
Or
Up for division of the House.
yeah. I think you'll rather table at this point and not vote on it. 'Cause I'd hate to vote it down or vote up at this point. I think it needs to be.
No, I'm
cleaned up a little bit.
I'm just wanting to know only because like we had already voted and moved on. So I'm just asking. So Marco, how do you want to handle?
I mean,
I thought that Christie got in her, no, wait a minute in time.
Yeah.
You're saying she didn't, Monica?
I'm saying I had already said motion carries when the question was asked already. That's the only reason I'm asking.
yeah,
I
mean,
have my microphone off because my dogs start barking every few minutes. And I was trying to get it turned off and you moved very quickly.
yeah. So I guess the chair could consider
Ask
that.
to reconsider the question as one of the people who moved for unanimous consent. So therefore, and that takes precedent over tabling, we can reconsider the question.
Okay.
And then now you can ask for
Move the
unanimous
table.
consent to reconsider.
We need to find someone else that will pay for it, specifically Dan Patrick and Greg and all these.
No. So I'm just trying to do this the right way. That's all. So then we asked for somebody for reconsideration.
I asked for reconsideration. I was on the side of passing the amendment.
Okay, thank
I like
you.
Chair.
Thank you.
So then what do we do next?
We vote
Now-
to reconsider it.
Now we
Reconsider, then you
consider,
motion, yeah.
so we
So
can
now-
have
somebody,
division of the House, a roll call to say how we vote.
No.
No, just ask.
The chair can ask just for unanimous consent for reconsideration.
Correct.
If she gets unanimous consent, then we can move to table and then we'll table it.
Correct. So at this time, we ask for unanimous consent.
to approve or to table?
To reconsider.
To
How about
reconsider.
to
To
reconsider?
reconsider.
No reconsideration.
Is
I vote to
reconsider to
reconsider.
be able to table it, or is that
Hey, that's you're stepping ahead of it. It's to reconsider. There's someone
just
who
to
made a motion on the.
reconsider the resolution?
Yes.
Okay,
Yes.
Okay, so if I say yes, that just means we're gonna talk about it some
No,
more.
we're not voting there yet. The chair asked for unanimous consent to reconsider. There was an objection. So now the motion is a motion to reconsider. So that's where we are right now. So we're discussing the motion to reconsider.
previously had the motion passed or did it fail?
It passed unanimously.
Yes.
No, it didn't.
Okay.
No, I didn't.
It didn't pass unanimously.
I didn't vote for it.
If you didn't say anything, that means you agreed.
I didn't
Okay.
even hear the call for a vote.
Okay.
That's
Hold-
the point. That's what we're trying to do right now.
That's her, because
That's
Yes.
why I said I don't want to use Robert's rules as a club and move to reconsider so that y'all could have time to vote and say no if that's what you want to do. But first we have to say, yes, we want to reconsider.
So we're in
Understood.
discussion.
Thank you, Judy.
So we're in discussion for reconsidering. Is there any discussion by members or should we just move to a vote?
I'd like to discuss this point. So while it does seem extreme to have the state paying for undesired,
You can't, that's out, you're out of point of order. You're
Nick.
out of order. It's a you're discussing the resolution. We can only be discussing the reconsider.
Reconsider it.
Yes or no to reconsider.
isn't that the point
You can
of
discuss
being
whatever
in
you
this?
want,
No,
David.
what you're trying to talk about
Yes, we should
is this, once we can
reconsider.
reconsider it, you can talk about
Yeah.
you bring your point up.
You're just in
Yeah,
the
so
wrong
we're reconsidering
stage,
the resolution.
Ashia. You're in the wrong stage. First, you have to vote to reconsider.
But we've already
Then,
done that.
No, we
we've
have.
already passed
No,
the
no,
vote
we
to
haven't
I
voted to
moved to
reconsider.
reconsider. We haven't voted whether to reconsider or not.
So we have moved. Do we have a second?
Yes.
I second.
Thank you. Thank you. Now we open up discussion to
Okay.
reconsider.
So then
So-
Arshia, that would be when you could say what you wanted to say.
Not now. No, because we haven't, we have not, no, we're
We're
still voting on
discussing the
whether to dis-
reconsideration.
We're discussing the reconsideration.
Oh,
Okay.
I apologize.
Okay. I
So-
move to reconsider and I support reconsidering because obviously a lot of people object to this and we need to let them voice their opinion. We need to reconduct the vote because it went too fast.
Okay, thank you.
I second that.
Thank you. Okay. So at this time, we'll take the reconsideration to a vote. Anyone opposed?
Yes. Oh, not to the
Back
reconsideration.
to- Correct. So now that motion passes. So now we can reconsider.
Okay.
Thank you, guys.
If we table.
So now we have a table. Do we have a second?
Second.
Okay. Anyone in opposition to the table?
I'm in opposition to the table.
I'm in opposition to the table. We
I'm in
need
I
to
am
pass
also.
something on reproductive rights.
I think clearly we're not going to be tabling this because it's a very split issue. There's always going to be opposition to
I
tabling
don't
it.
mean to table, I'm
Um,
not, my motion is not the table to discuss it, it's the table so we can merge it with another.
Yeah, that there are other resolutions on reproductive rights that are more encompassing than this one.
Right, and that's the
Well,
reason is to,
David,
it's to merge this with the other
Judge-
ones.
Judge, point of order. Can,
Yes, sir.
can everyone respect people's right to speak? I hear him every time Arshia speaks, somebody interrupts him.
Thank you, sir.
When we give him the floor, everyone be quiet. Let him finish his thought, please. Thank you.
Ahmad.
You're
I
welcome.
appreciate that. Yeah, so on this issue, I think we can pass several reproductive justice resolutions, but I think most people are concerned about this one because of the cost of it if it were to be passed. I think the point we need to keep in mind is that we don't have any legal authority on anything as the Democratic Party of Texas. These resolutions are just our statements of what we believe in and what we want to be happening. So we're just stating that we support a form of reparation to those who have been abused by the state in the forcing of carrying children, right? In that desire, we can change the wording a little bit if we don't want it to be fully like we want all the legislators to like file a bill on this and pass it and make it law, which is never going to happen anyways because we don't have the majority, right? But this is a statement to go against what has already happened with the heartbeat bill and other abortion bills that have hurt Texas women. We're just here trying to support a fix to that and to both see the harm that has occurred and to see that there needs to be a change for the better for those victims of that harm, right? So we don't have any power on doing anything, but we do have the power to voice support for those victims of the state.
Marco,
I
there's
can't
a
find a
hand
way
raised.
to raise my hand. How can someone tell me how to do that, please?
Yeah, so if you go to the very bottom of your Zoom, there should be
Yeah.
a button that says reactions with a little smiley face and a plus.
Thank
And
you.
click on that.
I see it now. Thank you
Okay,
very much.
fantastic.
And Marco, we have David with his hand raised.
David.
And what I wanted to say is that I'm for this, but I think it can be better, and we're spending a lot of time on it where we can send it to table it, let some people work on it, merge it with some others, and make it a stronger resolution instead of because I'm opposed to it the way it is right now, but I'm in favor of the whole idea of it. And by tabling it, it's not saying I don't want it, I want it to be brought back up. I want to improve it. I want it to be merged with the other rights resolutions that we have. So, and plus, we're spending a lot of time on this one where we could table it, have some people work on it, and then bring it back. there's all the other resolutions we need to get to, and we're spending time on this because we don't agree. So let's table it, make it better, and then vote on it next week. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, sir. Next we have, it looks like Dustin.
He's on mute.
May I make a point of order? There are two other resolutions. There's 2536, 2534, and 2528 on our list that deal with reproductive rights. Thank you.
Thank you. And then the last one that I see is, my eyes are going, I think it's Constance. Constance.
Yes, I am not in favor of this because of the amount of monies that could be expended. I think it should be a personal lawsuit. But what I want everyone to remember when you say, well, we're just, you know, we don't have any power over that. When we win the next governorship, do you not think if we start passing this stuff, how we're going to pay for someone's child until they're 18 years of age, that is not going to get thrown back in the Democratic face? You all said you would pay it. Now you're in charge and now you don't want to do it. I think you need to think about, we're going to be in power again. So we need to be passing these resolutions that are what we believe we could do when we're in power in the state.
Thank you. All right, Marco.
What I know that there's a motion to table. I would say I'd recommend just to do that. That just basically means that we'll take it up later, right? There is all the stuff that Judy Kay says that there's at least 3 other repo rights resolutions. We could possibly merge some of them, improve some of them. I had stated earlier, there's some language in this one that's a little off as far as just, I mean, look at this, whereas, yeah, the end of whereas 4 seems a little, there's some language issues here. I wonder if people, just like with other resolutions, can work you know, over time and maybe possibly merge these, and we can come back with some appropriate language or some merged versions later. And also I want to recognize that we're, you know, I had set the time till 10:30, but really originally I think we had said 10. I wonder if maybe there might be a stopping point that we would want to take sometime soon.
How many do we have left?
How many do we have left? So I can probably calculate that real quick. So this is not going to be quick. Give me like, ugh. All right, 28 plus. All right, so 28 plus 12. So we've gotten through 40. And I know there's some other ones that we discussed on top of that. And there's a total of
70.
170. Now, of course, you know, like I had said, really, there's more like 140. So we're about 100 away. However, I you know, I had mentioned after we took that one break, I think there's a way that we essentially do almost like a faux consent calendar where we, you know, say, hey, if you have any edits for these, you know, let us know and we can perfect them. Or if you want to pass as is, let us know. And, you know, essentially agree to some in bulk at the beginning of next meeting that we just don't have any problems with. And so I can you know, produce something like that to you all, since now kind of got through a decent amount. So hopefully we'll be able to get that other half done. Quick.
Absolutely. Sounds good. Yeah, we need to really work on it. This way we get done with it.
Okay, can I say something? How about another meeting, adding another meeting sometime midweek or next week, Tuesday, or because does seem to be a lot of resolutions and a lot of work that we really need to accomplish.
So how about, I don't think I can do another meeting as far as a meeting, but I can help facilitate a Zoom of members that I will not be at because I have rules and platform both. The other Monday's a holiday, and then I have rules and platform those nights, and then Friday before the convention, just really don't have room to do anything. And also we're conducting an electronic election for some of the caucuses. So I can next week before Thursday have a Zoom room and, get people to be hosts and co-hosts so that y'all can work on some of these and maybe essentially get some sort of unanimous approval and say that you worked on these and these and these and we approve these in advance. We can do something like that. I'm not going to be able to facilitate it, but I can create the Zoom for someone.
I can help with that.
Okay.
Yeah.
I can help with that.
Okay.
Okay.
So,
Wednesday, it'd be better for me if it'd be Wednesday because Tuesday is the runoff election in Dallas County. I'm a judge and I won't be available until after 8.
Yeah.
And Tuesday I'm working.
Yeah.
So
Tuesday we have an election.
Yeah. So how about Wednesday? The only question is, when do you want to start it? And note that this is not a meeting. It's members getting together and doing some pre-work before.
Right.
So I will just go ahead. Sorry.
So I was gonna ask, so no votes will be taken then, it's just consolidating?
No, it's members like getting recommendations together. It's essentially very similar to that 9-hour meeting that we had the other day with a lot of these people like David Fisher and Christy and GDK that were temporary members to sort of do some of the pre-work. So essentially, if y'all want to do that for Wednesday night, or I don't know if, I don't know the makeup of this body, how many people are able to meet during the day, if that's better. Yeah.
I can meet anytime on Wednesday.
I'd like I'd like to participate in that, but I can only do it in the evening, like 7 or later.
Well, I am an evening person, not a morning person, so.
Evenings will be better.
Okay.
Late afternoon into evening works for me.
How about just so I can kick off the Zoom room, how about we do a 5 p.m. start? Would that be
okay?
Would that be okay?
Is that Thursday?
Wednesday. And come and go as you need.
Yeah.
And also, I'll give someone the host someone the reign of hosts. So, and we should make multiple people co-hosts at the beginning, and that way maybe break out into breakout rooms. And the nice thing is you have a bunch of people who were on here, and we just went through this the other day that were on temporary. Does that sound?
Yeah, let's do it.
Yeah, in temporary, we divided up by interest committees, and Rosalie, Christie, and I were gluttons for punishment. We're on all the.
Yeah, it was 9 hours of fun.
I'm home.
Okay, so
Marco, on the you're gonna do the whole thing and let us see which ones we can just pass along. Add all the memorials to that so that we can just say yes, those are good or not.
That'll give us more time on Thursday.
Yeah, and I'd really also for the foreign policy, there's just like
That's- we can work on that one on Wednesday. We'll
yeah,
put a group
just
on.
work on combining them, especially the ones that are similar, but there are ones that are essentially the same topic, but a little less similar, but still similar. You know, I think my preference would be foreign policy, maybe only 5. You only have, you know, 2, 3, or 4 or 5 resolutions that come out that are a combination of a lot of them. That would be helpful. So if people could do that on Wednesday, that
Sure.
would
We've got a couple of hands raised.
Yeah.
Harsha,
I think Shemin's been on
Shemin?
earlier.
Yeah, I was just, Marco, when you said you circulate, you know, some of the combined ones, or people were going to work on those, can that be, are we planning to do that before Wednesday? Because I won't be able to attend the Wednesday night meeting, and I would like to, you know, see and work on some of the combined efforts.
Okay. How could we facilitate that? How about this? I will send out a form after this meeting that will you can put what topic area you want to work on, and I will subtract all of the resolutions that we've already agreed to, and then I'll put all the memorial, all the foreign policy, all of them, and you can put the ones that you're interested in, and I'll give you all the output for that. It'll probably be a very long sheet, and I'll probably have to do some, like, you know, once the form response is there, I'll probably have to do a little bit of editing to make it readable. So, you know, I'll have to update it in rounds. But it'll put there which resolutions you're interested in, what your contact information is, and what subject areas you're interested in. That way, if you guys on your own wanted to reach out to a group about combining, editing, blah, 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 y'all are free to do that as members in advance and then have something ready. I would hope that you have something ready in essentially in the same column row format that we have here. That way it's really easy to just copy paste. But yeah, if y'all could do that, then it would make, you know, I think it would make things quicker. But then that way it would solve the issue of you not being able to be there on Wednesday, and people could do work in advance too. Does that work?
Yes.
Yes, good idea.
Yes.
Okay.
Oh,
Harsha.
okay.
Harsha.
So I think this is helpful to do. But I think it also kind of like subverts our role overall because we're all elected to this committee. So I think we need a quorum of understanding for every resolution before taking any actions on it. So if it's just going to be a thing where anyone who feels like it can do something, I think that introduces the possibility of bias where there's only a few members who are able to do that.
If I may just real quick. So that's not automatically approving anything you guys do in a non-meeting as members gathering in groups informally. You still have to bring whatever product you did from outside, you have to present it to this body still, and that still has to get approved, right? So, and there's still the ability for debate. It's not like you have to go this way, you know, one way or the other, up or down. There's still the ability for discussion there. So it's fine for members to do pre-work outside of a meeting and then bring that to the committee or the body afterwards for here's what we did. You know, so this is what, you know, I moved, but I also worked on it with a bunch of others. So I totally hear what you're saying, but in the end, it'll be, it's coming in the form of if you want to get technical, it's someone making a motion to amend or to some appropriate main motion once we're gathered all together.
Okay. Okay, that sounds good. So would there be a review of the ones that were combined to create the recommended versions?
Yeah, because essentially that would be, so an example, let's say 3 members worked on combining, for instance, there's that one where there's like 15 similar foreign policy resolutions that, almost have the same name. That should be all combined into one. I was just having trouble with that myself and didn't feel comfortable. So someone should do that outside of the meeting, have that merged version available, and then present that as a motion to pass this as a committee substitute, that it essentially is a merge of 15 resolutions, and then you have the ability to debate to discuss that one. Did that answer the question? I'm not sure.
Yeah. Okay, that sounds good. I think it was just like, because at the start of this discussion overall, I think you were saying that we would have a vote on bulk recommendations of resolutions. And that was kind of like where it was like, are we going to have the ability to review those and make differences there?
Yeah, I mean, that could happen as well. It depends. So what you could do is say Wednesday, everyone's meeting that is able to come Wednesday. And let's say they worked through about 30 or 40 and said, these should have no problem, or we just did a slight edit to it, and y'all should pass these in bulk. If you didn't want to pass those in bulk, that's fine. Then it's like, okay, what do you want to know that we did? And you'd have that discussion then.
Okay, that makes sense. Thank you.
Marco, you still have, you have Linda?
And Shemin.
Shemin?
Yes.
Oh, sorry. Oh, Linda.
Just a quick question. If is there a way that you can show a red line or black line of changes that were made to the initial resolution and the one that might come out of the meeting on Wednesday? So like you said, to be prepared to be able to say what changes you made.
How about this? I was having some mail merge issues that I literally figured out. I got past my blocking point, but then the meeting started. So I'm in the middle of a mail merge. So what I could do is restart that mail merge, because I know what I did wrong. Mail merge all of these, have them in Word docs, and from now on, don't work or do edits. Well, you guys don't even have edit access to any of these. So in other words, if you're going to make an edit to a document, essentially, you can make it as a suggested edit in the document once I give you guys access, and then I can figure out a system to sort of for you guys to be able to indicate that.
And we'll keep really good records when we're in the meeting. We'll take notes and keep it specific so that we know which ones we edited and what we changed and all that, and
That's
why
perfect.
we changed it.
Perfect.
Because if we put comments next to our edit changes, we can use the Google Docs comment, and then that'll be like what I call documenting as you program.
Yeah, and what I would suggest is, once you guys get to a good place, is make a copy of that, and then put that as
yeah.
I'll get to that later, but yeah, you want to indicate that you want to know, because you can't just look at a link and be like, oh, I know I edited this one, so we need to do something, and probably make a copy of that and like rename it committee substitute and place it somewhere appropriate. So I'll figure out a system for that. That'll probably take me till tomorrow. Yeah, so give me a second to build this out and get the correct form and everything. But
We still have a motion on the floor to table the table. We can't remove the number of it, but there is still a motion. We haven't voted on that yet.
Okay. We were on 2534. Could I amend your motion to table to say we table until we can combine 2536, 2534, and 2528, which are the three I found on reproductive rights?
Very much so.
I'll second that.
Yeah, I'll agree to that.
And that could be one of the first things. I mean, I'll start working on that right away, not wait till Wednesday.
Right.
Of course, I won't do anything on Tuesday because I'll be being the special forms clerk to make sure we don't have to redo any more Harris County elections.
I'll start working on the guns so that we can attack foreign policy on Wednesday.
Okay.
So still need to make vote on the motion to table.
Right.
Is Madam Chair,
Yes, sir.
is it all right if we can do a unanimous consent on that?
Yes, sir. So we have a motion to table. We had a second on that. So then anyone opposed to the table? Hearing none, motion carries.
Thank you.
And then just
So Marco, it is going to be 11:30.
Yeah.
Sorry, Madam Chair. What were you saying?
I was saying it's going to be 11:30. Do we want to stop or what are we going to do?
I move to adjourn.
Not a quick question. A point of order, I guess, or question. Marco, just letting you know, like my expertise is community organizing, so I'm happy to connect with you and think through and be a thought partner on stuff. That would be helpful. So,
Sure.
you know. Okay.
Yeah, if you want to text me or something, you have my number.
I don't think I do.
Let me just put it in the chat. Although I'm sure the public somehow has my number already.
It's all over Google. Just put Marco shows everything.
All right. I am notorious for not picking up the phone. Just because I cannot multitask, so if I'm doing something, I just yeah. So if I don't answer, just text me. Madam Chair, I know someone made a motion to adjourn, and we would just if that happened and
second that.
Yes.
If that happens, essentially we would just continue our work on Monday. You know, there wouldn't be a need for a new agenda. We're just continuing our work.
All right, wonderful. Thank you. So we have a motion, we have a second. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Anyone opposed?
Well,
I
don't
think
know.
motion carries.
I don't think anyone is opposed, so.
No. Thank you, guys. Good night. Motion carries.
Thank you very much.
Good night, everyone.
Good night, everyone. See you on
And
Wednesday.
thank you, Marco.
Yeah, of course.
Thank you, Julio, for keeping us on track as well.
That was a pleasure.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Good night, everyone.